time, please enter for Butler County down on Jim McGovern presiding this now session.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. We're here on Stable versus Toby Madden, CR 2020-22-12. 1675, defendant is present before the court along with his attorney, Mr. Lucas Walter, Brad Burris, and Mike Combs. On behalf of the Stable High Detective Robert Horton from the Hamilton Police Department, I know we're set to start back up our jury trial at 9 o'clock, but there was a motion for a mistrial that was filed late yesterday, and I believe that's on the court's docket at 8:45 this morning.
Yes, thank you. And I will note for the record that the jurors are not present at this time. The court has had the opportunity to review the motion for mistrial as well as the state's memorandum in opposition. Mr. Wilder, is there anything else that you would like to put on the record at this time?
Judge, no, I think my motion quite clearly indicates what argument I'm making here. And I just would note, I don't know, it was one of the very first things that was presented to the jury. I don't think that's in my motion, but that's all I would add at this point.
Very well.
Thank you.
And does the state have any response other than what's contained in its written memorandum?
Yes, Your Honor. We would add in, I believe that case is in the motion that we filed, but I believe the standard for a mistrial is reported out in State v., and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Hoerg, H-O-E-R-I-G, which is a 2020 12th District case. Is test for prosecutorial misconduct is whether the remarks were improper, and if so, whether they're prejudicially affect the accused's substantial rights. And the prosecutor, it goes on to say that the prosecutor is not allowed to express his personal belief or opinion as to the credibility of a witness or as to the guilt of the accused, or allude to the matters which will not be supported by admissible evidence, and must avoid insinuations and assertions which are calculated to mislead the jury. First of all, I would add that there were no objections made during the opening statement by defense counsel. The motion was filed in the evening after we had concluded for the day. There's nothing, but for counsel being able to watch it on playback because TV was here, it wouldn't have been filed because he didn't make the motion at the time. And what I said was an interpretation of the evidence as it will be presented in court. There was nothing that was said that won't be admitted into evidence, and also that counsel. It's our assertion that defense counsel is interpreting what happened yesterday in a different light than the state is, and it's for the jury to decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, if I may.
Sure.
Yesterday, what happened in court was Mr. Madden, while it was on TV and when he directed towards his family at that moment, that was an unusual circumstance. Suffice to say, an objection wasn't made at that point because I wasn't for sure exactly what he was doing over here. But the reality is we do have video of it once I did review it. We're not going by what was said, what was repeated by what Mr. Madden said. The problem was the motions that were made, the straightforward motions, 3 in a row, slowly, deliberately, with pin pointed out, because that is not even close to what Mr. Madden did. And the prosecutor even alluded to that all these witnesses who are here are going to testify to that. Michaela was the first witness, and all she testified to was what he actually said, not what he did. And the problem with what was said in the opening is that's the first thing the jury hears, and the jury is being told that these witnesses are going to come in and tell you about this forward stabbing motion of 3 times, and she didn't even do that, the very first witness. So there wasn't an objection at the time, but we heard from Michaela, and all she talked about was the statement. She did not mention anything at all about the referencing of the motion that was made by the prosecutor. That is our basis of our motion. It's not what he said, it's what the action was, because this case falls onto one of his counts as felony murder in the A section, which is purposeful. There's also a chance maybe at this trial that there's evidence or testimony that may end up having to fit into potentially a manslaughter charge. But the actions that the prosecutor indicated there is not what was done in court. It is an opening statement, but that's the first thing that the jury heard. We think that's prejudicial. We think this affected his right to a fair trial right off the bat, because we've even heard from one witness who did not testify, and the same thing that the prosecutor indicated was going to occur.
Thank you. All right. Well, the court will note that opening statements are not evidence, and I did, in fact, instruct the jury to that very thing. The jurors are the judges of the facts in this case, as I've already indicated to the jurors, and they ultimately determine what the evidence shows or what it doesn't show. I'm not going to find that there was any misconduct on behalf of the state of Ohio. I think the jurors need to interpret the evidence that's put in front of them to the best of their ability, and they will determine what is credible and not credible. And fortunately, in this case, there is a video of what was said in the courtroom, what actions may or may not have been made in the courtroom. And if either side chooses to introduce that video evidence, then those jurors will have firsthand the ability to determine what the evidence actually showed. With the argument that it is potentially prejudicial to the defendant, the court will just note for the record that the defendant was the one that created the actions and or statements in the courtroom of his own volition, and that's just something that's going to have to be dealt with. But again, the court did advise the jurors that opening statements are not evidence. They will be the jurors of the facts to determine what actually occurred based on what's put in front of them. And I just also wanted to note that there was something in the motion for mistrial about the media coverage, and I did also order the jurors not to watch any media coverage of this trial, and will continue to order that. So I don't think that the fact that it was covered by the media is in any way prejudicial to the defendant, since I'm going to presume that the jurors have followed my orders. So I'm going to respectfully deny the motion for a mistrial. I did want to explain a little bit better one of the rulings that I made yesterday. We had talked about the defendant's potential removal from the courtroom on several occasions, and we have talked about the cases that apply when a defendant is disruptive in the courtroom. And after this incident occurred, there was a request. The court was advised that the defendant would waive his right to be inside of the courtroom. This was a highly emotional situation, and the court did not find that it could properly find that the defendant was knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waiving his right to be present in the courtroom. And that is based upon the history of this case, where at pretty much every juncture this defendant has been adamant that he wanted to appear in the courtroom, and we've gone back and forth about what would cause the court to remove him from the courtroom. So I think things went pretty well after things settled down, and I hope that'll continue to be the case, so that this defendant can meaningfully participate in his defense and exercise his constitutional right to be present in the courtroom. Okay, before we take a brief recess so we can get the jurors gathered, is there anything else on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, I think one of the witnesses we intend to call, Ann Mayers, is in the Butler County Jail, so we might need her transported, but she might not be called until after the first recess that we take.
Okay. All right. Would you be able to make arrangements for that, Sergeant? Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything else that you wanted to put on the record, Mr. Wilder?
Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll take just a few minutes so that the jurors can gather themselves, and then we'll come back in and we'll begin with the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. back on the record in State versus Madden. The jurors are not present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state, and Mr. Madden is present with his counsel, Mr. Wilder. Before the jurors come in, is there anything for the record on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that the court inquired of the parties to ask our witnesses whether they wish to be filmed or if they'll be filmed or not. Our next witness, Detective Catherine Johnson, is okay with being filmed. However, there are 4 utility workers, Brian Short, Tyler Nafe, Stanley Brock, and Rick Reenberg, that do not wish to be on camera.
Okay, so I would ask that the camera operator comply with those requests. We will allow the sound to be recorded, but not their video images to be displayed. Okay, anything else before we bring the jurors in, Mr. Wilder?
Just to reiterate the separation of witness order.
That continues to be in effect, so anyone other than the victim's representative or Detective Horton that intends to testify must not be in the courtroom during these proceedings.
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they need to report? Okay. All right, then we'll continue with our case. The state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state line would call Detective Catherine Johnson. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Yes, Catherine Johnson, Katherini, JOHNSON,
And where are you currently employed?
City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what is your current job assignment or current job duties with the City of Hamilton?
I'm a detective.
What does it mean to be a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
We receive reports and solve crimes in the city that residents would have complained about.
Can she speak up a little bit?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Detective, if you would speak into that microphone, I think that'll help.
Yes.
And if that doesn't help, let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
I apologize. Once you're...
Sorry about that. Is that better? Okay.
All right, tell us what your job duties are being a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay, I'm a detective, as I said, and I speak to residents every single day trying to solve crimes that they have reported has happened to them.
And what sort of crimes are you currently investigating or do you currently investigate?
Currently, I work on really everything, but mostly child crimes. So sex abuse, any kind of child abuse.
Okay. And then I want to direct your attention back to October 11th of 2022. working for the City Council Police Department then?
Yes.
And what was your job assignment at that point with the City Council Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
And what does it mean to be a patrol officer?
I respond to calls that come in through 911 dispatch.
And how long have you been a police officer with the City Council Police Department?
9 years.
Now, I want to directing your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Did you have an opportunity to respond to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes.
Is that located in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes.
And who was the first one to arrive at the scene that particular day?
I was.
Okay. And do you recall about what time that you arrived at 1270 Parish?
It was in the afternoon. It would have been before 2 p.m. because shift hasn't changed yet.
Okay. I said it was a little after 12 o'clock, but that's not about right?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Robert, I'm going to call me to share the user. I think it's like, may I approach?
You may.
All right, Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 4 and 6 when you have an opportunity. And just generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 4 and 6?
The entrance to the address.
Okay, the 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes.
This photo is truly, fairly, and accurately depict what that residence looked like on October 11, 2022, when you first responded?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that 4 and 6 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection, Mr. Wilder?
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted and they may be published.
Four should be up on the screen right now. I put it on here anyway. I don't know, is the power on? Because it's not on. Oh, sorry.
Looks like we're having a bit of a technical difficulty, so I apologize for the delay.
The Elmo light just came on and off. Right. And Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 4?
This is the front entrance of the house. The stairs come all the way down to the sidewalk. It's kind of steep.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 6? What are we looking at here, Detective?
And that's the front entrance, the front door as you get to the top step.
Okay. And are these the steps that you would have gone up when you arrived at the scene and entered the house?
Yes.
Right. So when you get to the scene, if you would tell us what happens when you arrive at the residence. Kind of take us through step by step what it is you do.
Okay. I go up the stairs. The neighbor was waving me to the house. When I get to the top of the stairs, I see, and to the front entrance rather, I see the defendant on top of the victim doing chest compressions.
Was the EMS arriving around this time?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Was the EMS arriving around this time? as
Yes.
well? Okay. All right, so you see, the individual that you see giving chest compressions, you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Would please point to him and explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is he's wearing?
It would be the defendant in the blue collared shirt.
Your Honor, that's the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will say reflect.
What happens when you get to the top of the steps and see the defendant giving the deceased chest compressions?
I could visually see that she was far gone, and there was no reason to do chest compressions at this time, so I grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him off of her.
What were you seeing that made you believe that she was obviously dead?
Multiple stab.
Objection to foundation.
Okay, let's approach, please.
I'll rephrase the question. What injuries do you see on the individual that you believe to be deceased?
Okay, I saw multiple stab wounds across her entire stomach and arms. There was a lot of blood. Her skin was very pale.
At this time, you said that you had to pull the individual that you identified as Toby Madden. You had to kind of pull him off by his shirt. How was the defendant acting at this time?
He was crying, yelling. I pulled him down the stairs to the bottom of the stairs to try to figure out his name and her name. He was pretty hysterical and cooperative, I would say.
Okay. And if I may approach you on that.
You may.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is marked as State's Exhibit 33. Detective, can I have you identify what is contained in State's Exhibit 33?
This is the victim as she laid when I came up the stairs.
Does that photograph truly, fairly, and accurately depict how the victim looked at the time that she arrived at the scene?
Yes.
All right, ask 33 to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
And what are we looking at here, Detective, if you would, please?
This is the victim, and you can see on her stomach she has stab wounds. Her shirt is cut up multiple times where she had been stabbed. She has stab wounds on her hands and arms, both arms, and there's blood surrounding her body.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
What do I get?
250.
250, thank you.
All right. At some point, do other officers arrive at the scene?
Yes.
Who else arrives at the scene?
Officer Taras Volkachev arrives next.
What do you request of Officer Taras?
Volkachev.
Say his name right.
Volkachev.
Okay, yes.
I asked him to stay with the defendant and keep him where he was at while I cleared the house so that EMS was safe.
Okay. What were you concerned? Why did you want to clear the house to make sure that EMS was safe?
Well, at this time, I did not know if there was anyone else left in the house that possibly could have done this to her.
Okay. It's your way of making sure that EMS is safe?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what it is as you're going through the house and some of the observations you're making.
When I entered first, the paramedics and firefighters had asked me to unplug a heater that was in the living room there. So I unplugged that. with gloves on, and then I started making announcements. Hamilton Police, if you're here, announce yourself repeatedly, and then I started clearing room by room to make sure that there was no one else in the house.
And I assume as you're yelling Hamilton, I'm sorry, I assume as you're saying Hamilton Police, you're yelling it quite loudly?
Yes,
And why are you doing that?
to give, if there was anyone in the house, to give them the opportunity to come out and not surprise me and possibly have anything else happen.
Did you find anybody else in the house as you went through?
No.
And if you would, can you generally describe kind of the layout of the house and different rooms that you looked into?
Sure. So it was kind of in disarray. I believe they had just moved in. There was belongings everywhere. The first room you enter is the living room. That's where she was. And to the left was like a dining room and kitchen area. There's a small hallway with bedrooms off to the side and a bathroom off to the side. Then as you go straight down the hallway, it takes you to the back door, which was locked, and then there's stairs that go down into the basement, and I searched down there as well.
Okay, Detective, if you would, if I can ask you to thumb through and go to State's Exhibits 45, 46, and 47.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at State's Exhibits 45, 46, and 47?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what are those photographs of?
That's the hallway kitchen area. I said when you're going towards the back door. The living room is from, I don't know if you're looking at picture 45. The living room is behind me to the right.
Okay. 45, 46, and 47, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of what you observed at the residence on October 11, 2022, being the first responding officer to go through the house?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 45, 46, and 47 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted and they may be published.
And if you would there, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45? Is the detective able to draw on the screen anything
She should be able to.
Just with my finger?
Yeah, hold on one second. You can sit up.
Do we have a pointer or a laser that she can use? Thank you.
Yeah, this is something that at some point during your testimony.
Okay.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45? And I believe with the court's permission, if there's anything you wish to point out, I would ask the court to allow the witness to step down and use the pointer to point on the picture.
She'll be permitted to do so.
If you feel like you need to. So what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45, Detective?
This is kind of that hallway that takes you to the back door that I was describing, and then the rooms are off to the right.
And if you would, go ahead, if you want to step down and point to where the rooms are off to the right.
So there's rooms over here, there's bathroom back there, and then there's, I believe, a bedroom right here.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And then State's Exhibit 46. observations are you making in this picture of State's Exhibit 46?
This is the back door, and you can see that it's locked by the deadbolt.
And is there an item that's pushed up against the door?
Yes.
And if you could point to the item that you saw pushed up against the door. Okay. And then State's Exhibit 47. Is that kind of a close-up of what it is that you saw?
Yes, it's the deadbolt here, and that it's locked.
Okay. And there's a second one as well, isn't there?
Here, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Obviously, during this sweep of the house, did you notice, was there downstairs to this residence?
Yes, there was a basement.
Okay. Can you describe the conditions of the basement or what it is that you observed when you went down into the basement?
Yes. When I initially got down into the basement, there was some water on the floor, which I avoided stepping in. And then there was another room off of that room. There was clothes on the floor and other things.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the floor other than the clothes?
Footprints from the water.
Okay. Did you notice some footprints?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I can have you look at State's Exhibit 55. Actually, I'll go ahead and ask you to go ahead and look at 55 and 57. And generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 55 and 57?
In 55, this is the room directly down the stairs, and there's water, and then you can kind of see, I don't know exactly what is all over the floor, maybe some clothing or rags, some pencils, looks like. There's footprints.
Okay. Does that photo truly fairly and accurately depict the basement as you saw it on October 11, 2022?
Yes.
I would ask for 55 to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objections to the admission of 55?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
All right, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 55?
This is the water spot that I was describing, and then the footprints are off to the right there. And then towards that door, there's another footprint. And I don't know exactly what all this stuff is on the floor, but maybe like some rags and a pencil.
And if you remember, when you went down to the basement, was the basement light or dark when you went down there? And if you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't recall.
Okay. And then I have you look at State's Exhibit 57.
This is the room off of this room, the next picture. I guess where the furnace and paint and other footprints are on the dry concrete.
And the footprints that you saw that are in 55, are those wet footprints you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'd ask for, is 57 truly, fairly, and accurately depict the basement as you saw it on October 11, 2022?
Yes.
All right, as 57 be admitted and permission, 57 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 57, Detective?
This is that other room. It's dry concrete, and you can see some wet footprints in there.
Give me one moment.
Sure.
Another question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Good morning, Detective Johnson.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you. If you get confused or don't understand my questions, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase for you, okay?
Okay.
When you responded to the scene that day, did you have any body-worn camera on you?
No.
Were body-worn cameras in use by Hamilton Police Department back on the day that you responded to this scene?
No.
How did you gain entry into the house?
The front door was open.
So when you arrived, the front door was open, you just walked in, nobody let you in the house?
Correct.
Okay. So when you walked up the steps, doors open, and then you saw Mr. Madden attending to the woman on the ground,
Yes.
and you said he was doing chest compression?
Yes.
I think you described him as hysterical.
Yes.
Was he crying?
Yes.
Appeared very emotional.
Yes.
Are you trained in CPR or chest compressions?
Yes.
Did it appear that he was doing what you would expect someone who may be trying to do CPR would do?
Yes.
He wasn't just pushing on the body. It looked like he was actually trying to do a manner or technique consistent with CPR.
Yes.
You said you were the first to arrive on the scene, correct?
Yes.
You were shown some pictures of the back door that appeared to be locked. Do you have any idea exactly when that door was locked?
When I first searched it, it was locked.
So when you arrived, it was locked, but you don't know if that door had just been locked or maybe 2 hours before it had been locked or even a day before it had been locked. You don't know exactly when it was locked.
Correct.
So it's possible that that door could have been locked after Rachelle had been stabbed. Is that fair?
Sure.
Did you inspect that door at all, or was it just something that you looked at?
I just looked at it.
Could you determine upon sight of the door whether it's one of those where you could lock it from inside or outside?
I did not go in the back, so I don't know.
I know at the time you were a patrol officer, correct?
Yes.
And now you're a detective.
Yes.
At the time that you responded to the scene this day, when Mr. Madden is given those compressions, had you ever responded to a scene with a dead body?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's unfortunately happened up until that point for you?
I don't 20 or more, maybe.
And you touched on this a little bit, but was there any? You talked about the emotion that Mr. Madden was displaying. Did there appear to be any calmness at any point with him about what had just occurred in that house?
No.
We saw a few pictures from inside the house, but did it appear to you that there were a lot of tools and materials in the house, and they were sort of renovating this house? Is that what it appeared?
Yes.
And were there tools and materials in almost all parts of that first floor?
It appeared that way, yes.
You indicated that you went down to the basement and you saw some footprints. Are you aware that there were some gas workers that had been at the property earlier that day?
I am now, but I was not aware at that time.
And when you were down in the basement, was the furnace or any kind of unit down there, any heating unit down in the basement?
There's a furnace down there. I don't know if there's an air conditioner.
What about as far as like a water tank, water heater? Did you see that down in the basement as well?
I don't recall.
In the basement, did you notice that there were a lot of clothes laying on the floor?
There were clothes, yes.
And not, and in a manner not trying to, and not folded, is that fair?
Correct, yes, a pile, yes.
And when we're saying piles, there were several shirts, several just pieces of clothing, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't just one piece of clothing, it was a bunch.
Correct.
Sloppy, is that how you would describe it?
I mean, they just moved in.
Right.
And it,
But
yes.
it's almost the appearance where someone had a whole handful of clothes and just basically threw it onto the floor into a pile. Is that,
sure,
would you describe that, your observation?
yes.
Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
I redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay. Call your next witness, please.
State will call Rick Riestenberg.
Mr. Waters, the detective subject to recall. The detective that just.
Oh, no, sorry.
I would release Detective Johnson.
Very well.
Your Honor, this is one of the ones that does not want to be
Okay.
on camera. So.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name, please, for the jury, and spell your last name?
Spell the last name?
Yes.
It's Richard Riestenberg, Riestenberg.
All right. How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the city of Hamilton in the gas and water department.
Okay. And what do you do for the city of Hamilton in that department?
I'm a service rep.
And what does that mean? What are your duties or responsibilities?
On any given day, I could be doing anything from changing water meters and gas meters to turning people's gas on to checking for gas odors or
Okay.
anything along those
Anything
lines.
involving gas, I guess, right?
Gas or your residential water.
Okay. All right. And how long have you been in that position?
In this position, probably 8 or 9 years,
Okay. How long have you been with the city overall?
14 and a half.
All right. And excuse me. I'm going to draw your attention back to October 11th of 2022.
Okay.
Did you take part in a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I do.
And when you go out to a residence to provide a service or perform service, is there any type of documentation that you have for an appointment?
We generally will get a work order to go out and perform XYZ service. At that time, we do whatever is requested or along those lines, and then we fill out our work order.
Okay. If I may approach the
You may.
witness. This is 208. Yes. Thank you. I'm going to show you. Get that out of the way so you don't split it everywhere. If you look at State's Exhibit 208, and that is double-sided. Can you take a look at that, please, and explain what that is?
This is just a printout of our standard work order.
Okay. And is that the work order for October 11th of 2022 at 1270 Parish?
That is what it says.
Okay. That is not the original, but is that a true and accurate copy of the original as you remember it?
Yes, this is exactly what it would look like.
Okay. And I believe your name's on it, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 208 be admitted and allowed to publish.
Any objection?
What's on my screen is just the front part of that. You said there's a back side, but
I can show it to you.
I'm pretty sure I got it. I just want to make sure. I just have a blank screen here. Thank you.
Okay, without any objection?
No objection.
Okay,
Thank you,
very
Judge.
well. Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
That's probably going to have to go on.
No, that's true, because it's double-sided. I'm sorry. I don't want to break this, but I would make it. right, Mr. Reenberg, can you see that from where you're sitting?
I can, it's right here as well.
Oh, you have, okay. This is the front page, correct? Or the front of the document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just please explain to the jury what this is?
This would come to me, and it was sent to me that said it needed to have a gas leak survey, which would be where the gas had been turned off for more than a year, so everything inside has to be checked to make sure of the integrity of the system, and that it required an air test, which my coworkers would perform from the meter itself out to the curb.
Okay.
Where they just pressurize the line and wait, I believe, 10 minutes at that time. And
Okay. And then, so there were, how many of you went there that day? From the city of Hamilton, the utilities?
4 total.
Okay. And did you all ride in one car?
No.
Okay. Who?
I believe they came in one vehicle and I came in separately
Okay. And why is that you go separately?
because I was doing other things. Those 3 were on a specific crew themselves, and I generally work by myself.
Okay. And on the document there in the comments section, or on this document, what time was the appointment?
The appointment was at 8 o'clock in the morning.
On October 11th?
Yes.
Okay. And who does it say in the comments section that your contact is?
The contact is Rachelle, I believe,
Okay.
is how that name's pronounced.
All right. And then, what is, actually, did you ever see Rachelle that day, or did you guys go into the house?
I personally did not go in the house because at that present moment, the other 3 guys needed to do their portion of the job before my portion of the job would have even been necessary. So generally speaking, I try to limit the amount of people that go in. I mean, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. You don't need a whole bunch of people traipsing through a house on a general circumstance. So I waited outside to make sure if they had any questions about anything or if I was needed for anything. Otherwise, I didn't go in.
Okay. So when they perform, it's just explain it a little bit, where they perform the test.
Correct.
And then if they had passed, what would you have done?
If it would have passed, I would have gone in and turned on the gas, relit a water heater or furnace, or sometimes some of the old stoves need relit, make sure everything was running and functioning properly, and then I would have left.
Okay. And did you ever see Rachelle at all when they went into the house from where you were out of the street?
I believe I saw a woman and a dog that answered the door when the other guys went up there.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of dog it was, or what?
I don't remember what kind of dog exactly. It was a large dog, but
Okay.
from the sidewalk, all I recall seeing was a woman and a dog.
Okay. And so you said you never went inside. So in the comments section at the bottom of the State's Exhibit 208, what is the reason that you didn't go inside?
The reason we didn't go inside was because the furnace needed replaced. I didn't go inside was because the other gentleman said the gas line from the curb to the inside of the house, it passed its test, but inside the house, the furnace wasn't safe to turn on. Therefore, the gas couldn't be turned on because the integrity of the inside system was not established.
Okay. And is that what it indicates there on the front side there in the comments section?
Yes. That the water heater is missing the knob, so that wouldn't be turned on, and the furnace is going to be replaced. So we left the gas off at the meter until those repairs were made.
Okay. And what time is that where you entered that by your name there?
That is at 8:19 in the morning.
Okay. And flip this over here on that. And can you please just describe the backside of the State's Exhibit 208?
This would be the order that the other gentleman used to basically do their air test. This is what would have been sent to them stating that somebody has requested that the air test be performed on their gas service.
Okay, and is it fair to say that this is basically saying the same thing, that they couldn't perform the service?
This one states that they did renew, or they did perform their gas test from the curb to the house, and that it passed, but that it was still left off at the meter because repairs need to be made inside.
Okay, all right, very good. Did you see all three of your coworkers come out of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did they inform you what had happened inside?
Yes.
And did you leave at that time, or?
They got in their vehicle to go off to do another job of some sort. I filled out my portion, the work order that the Exhibit 208, the other side of the sheet, and then I proceeded to drive off.
Give me 1 second. I think that's all the questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir. I got a few questions for you.
Sure. Good morning.
You mentioned, good morning to you. You mentioned something about the integrity of the inside system. Was that the water heater and furnace, one or both?
Both.
To your knowledge, do you know where those two systems were located inside the house? I know you didn't go in, but did you know where those were located?
The basement is where most water heaters and furnaces are. I can only assume that that's,
Okay.
given the house and all the rest of the houses in the neighborhood pretty much are the same.
Probably better to ask the workers if they would
Correct.
testify because they actually went into the house.
Yes, sir.
Did you you said you saw a woman and a large dog. Did you ever see the gentleman sitting over here at this table with blue shirt on, Mr. Madden? Did you ever see him at any point
I
during
did
your
not.
time out there?
I did not.
Did you hear anything? Did you hear anybody shouting or arguing at all from where you were?
I did not.
Did the workers report anything unusual about arguments between Mr. Madden and the woman inside?
Nothing was conveyed to me.
All right. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Okay, your next witness, please.
The statement called Tyler Nafe. Again, this is another request.
Okay. Okay, so this witness is also requested not to be filmed. You may proceed whenever you're ready, Mr. Hahn.
Good morning.
How you doing?
All right. Can you tell the jury your name and spell your last name, please?
My first name is Tyler. My last name is Nafe, N-A-F-E.
All right. How are you employed?
The City of Hamilton Gas and Water.
And how long have you been with the city of Hamilton?
About 2.5 years.
I'm sorry,
2.5 years.
2.5 years? Okay. And what do you do for them?
I'm a maintenance worker.
And what are your responsibilities or your duties as a maintenance worker?
Water main breaks, gas line breaks, gas line air tests. Pretty much go into houses and make sure everything's good for us to hook the gas up or the water up for them to get it to the house. And we pretty much make sure everything's safe.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Did you go out to a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what time that appointment was?
The appointment's for 8 o'clock.
Okay. Did you arrive on time?
Yes.
Did you go in a vehicle or a City of Hamilton vehicle with other coworkers?
Yes, I rode with our crew leader.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I rode with the crew leader in the crew leader truck, Shorty.
Okay. You
Yeah.
say the crew here, you mean people outside?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
room
yeah.
right now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And did you all three go up to the house together?
Yes.
And do you remember who answered the door?
A woman.
Woman answered the door?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice any animals with her?
Yeah, she had a dog.
Okay. Do you remember, I'm not saying the breed exactly, but do you remember, can you describe the dog you
It was
saw?
a big dog.
Big dog.
Like big,
Okay.
like she had hold of it for good reason.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big dog.
All right. And did you go in the house?
Yes.
All right. Did you see anyone else in the house besides the woman that answered the door?
Yes.
Who did you see in the house?
I'm not sure who it was.
Okay. Where was that person?
So we walked in the door and then took a left and started walking kind of through maybe like a doorway area, and someone was sitting in a recliner on the left-hand side,
Okay.
kind of laying down.
Were they
Like
asleep, awake? Did they interact with you?
Kind of in and out. One of the guys said, "What's up to him?"
Objection.
Okay. Approach, please.
Judge, based on the sidebar, I'll withdraw that objection.
Very well, thank you.
Understanding what's said.
So did you see the person? I think I asked you if they were asleep or awake, and you said they were kind of in and out.
Kind of in and out. Yeah, it looked like maybe they were just waking up.
Okay. Did
Yeah.
they interact with you at all?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. And did the female that answered the door, did she show you guys the way to where I assume you needed to see the furnace or the water heater?
We actually needed to see the gas meter because we had to pressure test that to make sure there was no leaks, make sure it was safe inside the house and going outside of the house, so we could pressurize the line to get them gas.
Okay.
If the gas wasn't on at the
And
moment.
did she show you the way to get downstairs to where that was, or?
If I remember right, I think she kind of pointed, because she had the dog. She was not letting go of that dog. So she kind of pointed like, hey, it's right around that corner there,
Okay.
as far as I remember.
All right. And did you go into the basement then?
Yes.
To perform the service?
Yes.
Okay. And were you then, did it pass the test that you performed?
No, it failed.
And why is that?
If I'm not mistaken, there was a leak on the inside lines. So their inside lines failed. I think our lines failed also. I can't remember exactly. But there was also an issue with the furnace. Like it wasn't vented properly. I think there was some stuff missing, maybe some tape and stuff like that. So we couldn't turn it on safely.
Okay. And then you came back upstairs, correct?
Yep.
All right. Was that male person that you saw, was he still in the same spot?
Yes.
Still in the chair?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through the front door and then to the left and then downstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the kitchen.
I'm sorry.
Through the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a door.
Seemed like the house is being renovated.
Yeah. Everything was kind of being remodeled, it looked like, sort of.
Okay. And was there any furniture that was like overturned or any signs of a struggle to you?
No.
Was it you or one of your coworkers that informed her, the female, that you couldn't hook up the gas, I guess, for lack of a better term?
That was Brian Short, crew leader.
Okay, all right. Did you then, I guess you guys went back out to your car and left?
Yes.
And when you left there, that the female that you saw holding the dog, she was alive?
Yeah, she was fine.
1 second. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
You said that you, at some point when you were out at this residence, you yourself went to the basement.
Yes.
Were you the only one, or did the other two go down there as well?
The other two went with me.
So there was a grand total of 3 service workers, so to speak, that went down to the basement to check on these systems. And
2 maintenance workers and a crew leader.
what were the systems you were checking in the basement? What were they?
So pretty much you have gas pipe that comes in the house that meets up to a meter, and then after the meter, it runs to the rest of the house to feed the rest of the house appliances, gas, whether that be a stove, furnace, water heater, stuff like that.
Okay.
And we were pretty much checking to make sure that those lines didn't have any leaks in them, because once the gas is turned off, you have to do a pressure test, and that's since a couple things have changed, but you do like 10 pounds for 10 minutes, and that ended up actually failing the test.
When you were down in the basement, did it appear messy?
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember there being like clothes just thrown on the floor down there? Is that something you recall?
No,
I know it's been 2 years.
It's been a long time. Not that I can remember, so I can't recall if there's.
Fair. You said you saw, when you went in, you saw this guy laying in a recliner.
Mhm.
Did you speak to him at all?
I did not.
Did the person in the chair appear angry or upset in any way?
No, they seemed sleepy. They kind of in and out.
Or would you describe it as calm and docile, just not doing much?
Kind of just in and out, not very awake, just kind of waking up, sort of like they were just waking up from.
Did you observe any interaction between the woman who had the dog, who called for the service, and the gentleman in the recliner? Did you observe any kind of interaction between the two of them?
No.
Did they have any kind of interaction with her? I know you didn't observe any. I don't want to assume that means you didn't see anything, but.
Personally, I did not see any.
Okay. How long were you at the residence that morning?
Grand total, I was probably there for about 20 minutes, inside the house for 15.
All right, so you were, from the time of
Ish.
arrival, oh, I'm sorry.
Ish, that's
Ish.
rough, yeah.
Got it. So from your time of arrival, pulling up, parking the vehicle, and then getting in the vehicle to leave, approximately, what, 35, 45 minutes-ish kind of thing?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, 25 minutes, or somewhere around there, yeah.
Not very long. You weren't there for more than that?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
I don't have any need to make him subject to recall with Mr. Wilder.
No, he's
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
I would call Stanley Brock. Again, this gentleman would not like to be on camera
Very
either,
well.
so.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell everybody your name, please, and then spell your last name?
Stanley Brock, B-R-O-C-K.
How are you employed?
I work for the Gas and Water Department in the city of Hamilton.
How long have you been with the city?
Around 5 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
Gas and water maintenance. So, low man, dig ditches, do stuff like that.
Okay. And were you were working on October 11th of 2022?
Yep.
All right. Do you remember going out to a scheduled service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I do.
And what time was that appointment?
Approximately 8 in the morning.
Okay. And you went with a coworker that just
Tyler.
out of here?
Yep.
Correct? Yes. And who else?
Our crew leader called him Shorty. His name's Brian.
Okay.
And then Rick was on the job as well.
All right. Do you remember if you arrived there on time?
Yeah, we were right on time, I would assume. We normally are, so it was right around 8 o'clock, yeah.
Okay. I believe the three of you rode together, correctly?
Yes.
Rick was the one that did not ride. He
Correct.
drove separately?
Yeah, he does different job duties than we do.
Okay. And do you remember going up to the door with your coworkers?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who answered the door?
A female answered the door, and I do recall she had a dog with her.
Okay. Do you remember what, can you describe the dog? I'm not asking you for the breed or...
There was a larger dog, a bulky dog. I remember saying, I hope she can hold on to that dog, because it was kind of barking a little bit, so.
Okay. All right. And did you go inside?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Did you see anyone else inside besides the female and the dog?
When I turned left to go to the basement, it's kind of just one track. I saw someone sitting in a chair, but I
Okay.
didn't see anything.
Male or female?
I couldn't tell you. I covered up. I just saw feet while I was walking by. I try to not look around too much and be nosy at people's places, so I just get to the point and go to where I'm going.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Okay. Was that person in the chair, were they asleep or awake, or do you know?
I don't know. I just saw their feet in the chair, so
Didn't interact with
move.
them?
Didn't interact. Didn't move when I went by. So.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And you guys went into the basement, correct?
We did, yes.
All right. And I know that from prior testimonies, when just going through it again and again, whatever test you performed that didn't work out, you couldn't turn the gas on, correct?
Correct. They failed due to like the furnace isn't hooked up correctly or something along the lines to where it's unsafe for gas to be put through the system.
Okay. And how long would you say you guys were in the basement down there?
20 minutes at most, 15, 20 minutes.
All right.
Wouldn't be long. It didn't take long to realize, hey, this isn't going to work, so no need to be down there any longer.
Okay. Go back up the same way that you came down?
Same way I came out.
And did you go, was the person in the chair still there?
Still on the chair. Like I said, I didn't see anything. I just saw a person sitting in the chair, and I saw their feet, because that's the first thing I saw. Take a right and then go out the door.
Okay. And where was the female that you saw that answered the door?
If you were walking out, she'd be sitting on a couch that was right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
She had a hold of the dog?
she did.
And did you or Shorty, your crew leader,
Yeah,
did you
Brian.
talk to her, or did you?
I said hello in passing, like just coming through the front door, like, but I never spoke with her.
I guess let me rephrase it. Did you explain to her what the problem was, or
No,
did
I
your
did
crew
not.
leader?
No,
Okay.
I didn't explain anything.
All right. And did it look like this house was being renovated or working
It
on?
did, yeah. It looked under construction, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said there was she was sitting on a couch, and
Yeah, if you walked in the door, there was a couch, like right there, as I
Okay.
recall, and she was just sitting on that couch.
and then was there some other furniture like cabinets or anything?
Just nothing out of the norm, just normal stuff. It was more the kitchen that felt like it was being renovated and being worked on as you were coming through there.
Any of the furniture in disarray or turned over like it looked like a struggle?
No, not at all.
And when you walked out and left there, was that female alive?
Yes, she was.
I think that's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you real quick about the dog.
Okay.
You said the female was holding the dog back.
Yeah, she was holding the dog by the collar, yeah.
Was the dog pretty aggressive?
It was a normal interaction with the homeowner and their dog. If the door's being opened and closed, you don't want the dog to get out. He barked a couple times, but nothing
Did you have concern that if she were to have let go of that dog might have come after you, or he was just?
I wouldn't have wanted him to come after me by any means, yeah, but I mean, she had a hold of him, so he was fine. He was just vocal. There were people in his house.
Right, but did you get the impression when she's holding that dog that if she were to let go of that dog may have went to you?
Possibly. It could have. I mean, it was looking at us when we were walking through, but we were also walking by it, so.
Okay. And I know you said this person that you saw in the chair, you can't even tell us if that's male or female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I can't tell you which.
Sorry, you said it.
Yeah.
Did you hear that person in the chair say anything or do
No.
anything?
No.
And I know you said that you go into these houses, you're respecting people's privacy.
Correct. Yeah.
You're not trying to snoop or look into things. Correct?
Absolutely. I just get to where I have to go.
You're basically going into the part of the house that you're there to fix.
Correct.
Right? So did you spend a lot of time looking around the house to see what they were renovating and where they positioned furniture and what they were trying to hang in?
No, it just seemed it was an old path to get to where I was going, and it looked like the kitchen was being remodeled of some sort. So.
But you were asked about the furniture, but it was fair to say that you didn't pause and to look around and have a great interest in what
I didn't stop and like take a 360 and check the whole place out, but it seemed normal, if you will.
How much time do you think you spent in the presence of the woman who had the dog? Or was it just you passed her and that was it?
Just in passing by, yeah.
What was her demeanor like? Did she seem pleasant?
Seemed fine, yeah.
She didn't seem angry or upset?
No.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No,
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
we don't want him subject to recall on this.
Correct, he's free.
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Brian Short.
Your Honor, while Mr. Hoffman's getting this, go this maybe a quick slide.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell everybody your name and spell your last name, please.
Brian Short, S-H-O-R-T,
And how are you employed, sir?
City Hampton,
How long have you been with the city?
18 years.
What are what's your title or your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crew leader.
Okay.
I take guys out and we work
Okay. And what department are you in for the city?
gas and water.
So, gas and water, what does that mean when you're being a crew leader? What are your extra responsibilities over what the other gentlemen were here?
I'm the boss.
You're the boss, all right. Fair enough. And were you working on October 11th of 2022?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember going out to a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yeah.
And what time was that appointment?
8 o'clock.
Okay. Did you guys get there on time?
Yeah.
And I believe, does the other gentleman have testified, did you go in one car together with your crew, if you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember going up to the house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you guys all go up to the house together?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I usually knock on the door first and then they follow.
Okay. And do you remember who answered the door that morning on October 11th at 1270 Parish?
Yeah, lady.
A lady?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
names.
You don't remember her name, that's fine. Did she have any pets or animals there?
Yeah. It looked like a pit bull or something. Yeah. It was a big dog.
Big dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other animals in the house?
No.
saw the dog, did she have a hold of it, or?
Oh, yeah, she was, once she sat back down on the couch, she was holding the dog.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
We make sure of that.
Okay, is that the type of dog that makes you nervous, or are you worried that
Oh, yeah.
she didn't have a hold of it, or?
That dog, yeah, you know,
Okay.
but I've had all kinds of dogs, you know. Small
Okay.
ones, big ones, we make sure they put them away.
Okay, all right. Did you see anyone else in the house besides her?
Yeah, there was somebody else in there.
And where, was this a male or a female?
It was a male.
Do you remember where that person was?
When you walk in, there's like a little room to the left. They were in like a chair, laying there.
Okay, and were they awake or asleep?
They were asleep at first.
Okay. And did you have to go past that person to get to the basement, or?
Yeah, and you walk through, and I think it's the kitchen, and then there's like a little room right here, and that's where that person was. And then we just went down to the basement and did what we had to do.
Okay, and the service, you performed the service, but it's my understanding you could not hook up the gas, correct?
Correct. The furnace wasn't, it was all tore apart, so when we see that, we don't turn the gas on, because they got to get a heat and air guy in there.
Okay, all right. Do you remember about how long you were down in the basement?
Probably 15 minutes.
Okay. And then you came back up the same way you went down?
Yeah.
Did you go back past the person in the chair that you
Yeah.
saw?
Yeah.
Did that person ever interact with you at all?
Yeah.
or-
Yeah. They started kind of like waking up, and I said, "What's up?" And he's like, "Hey," and then that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you walked past them, and then where'd you go after you walked past him?
Once we were done,
Yeah.
I went to the door because that dog,
Okay.
front door, or
All right.
front door,
Okay.
and then I let the lady know that everything passed, but we couldn't turn the gas on because the furnace wasn't right.
Okay. So you explained the situation to her.
Yeah.
What was her reaction when you explained that situation to her?
She looked over at the person in the other room and stared at him for probably 3 or 4 seconds,
Okay.
and then looked back at me and said, "We'll get it taken care of."
Okay.
So
All right. And was he still in that chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice, like, in the room where she was there any furniture that was overturned or disarray or sign of struggle to you?
no,
And when you left there, was that female alive?
yeah.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank
Very
you.
well. All right, cross-examination.
Morning, sir. The person that you saw in the chair who responded, "Hey," to you, did that person appear to be angry in any way?
No.
What kind of demeanor was that person giving to you? Demeanor, like how they were acting?
It seemed like they were starting to wake up. You know, they've been sleeping. It seemed to me.
You said that when you explained to the woman the service couldn't be initiated, or whatever the term that you used, you said she looked at the person in the chair for 3 to 4 seconds. Is that yes?
Yes.
Did she seem upset when she was staring, or what kind of stare was she giving him?
She just like stared, like kind of like I don't, it's hard to explain. Kind of like a what are we gonna do, or kind of couldn't believe it type of look. Like couldn't believe what I was saying.
Did it appear that was, I don't know if deflating is the right word, but maybe she just wanted to hear something? Did it appear she wanted to hear that it was going to be okay, but it's not okay? She felt kind of down, like,
Yes.
oh man.
Yeah.
Or did she appear mad in any way?
She didn't seem mad, no.
And you said she stared at the man over in the chair for 3 to 4 seconds. Did the person in the chair do anything in response?
No.
Did that person look at her?
I could not see him.
I know it's been
Well,
2 years.
there's a wall right there. They was back behind it, so I couldn't see what that person was doing.
Was there anything else that you observed about this woman you interacted with that was unusual that day?
No,
Did she appear mad or angry or upset or anything?
no.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Again, we don't, he's subject to these laws.
Yeah, he's not subject to
All right, sir, you'll be released from your subpoena. Thank you. Okay, so it seems like at this time it'll be a good time for us to take our morning break. We'll go ahead and do that and come back at 10:30. Please remember my recess instructions not to talk about the case, do any investigation, or read anything about it, okay? Okay, the jurors have been excused from the courtroom. As I understand it, the next witness needed transportation from the sheriff. Sergeant, is that witness available to us at this time? Thank you. Okay, anything else before we take our recess, Mr.
You said
Myers?
she's here. Will we have access to her, or will the bail if somebody asks her if she wishes to be filmed or not to the court?
I'll go down there.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, I appreciate it.
Anything else?
No, no, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Wilder?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay, we'll be back at 10:30 then. Thank you.
Back in session.
Okay, we're back on the record in State versus Madden without the jury being present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the State of Ohio, and Mr. Wilder and Mr. Madden are also present. Before the jurors come in, is there anything on behalf of the State of Ohio?
I don't believe so, no, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring in the jurors. Okay, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have to tell you, I'm impressed. You've really got this lineup down early on in this case. Before we continue, do you have any violations of the court's recess instructions that you need to report? Okay. All right, the next witness, please.
State will call Ann Mayers.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning,
Can you tell everybody your name, please?
Ann Mayers.
Okay. And I see by what you're wearing that you're currently an inmate at the Butler County Jail?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that you're there because you recently entered a guilty plea to aggravated robbery with a 1-year gun specification?
Yes,
Okay. And was that for robbing the R Group Credit Union on Route 4 in Fairfield Township on April 19th of this year?
yes, it is.
Of 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you still waiting for your sentencing date?
Yes,
Okay, so, all right. And have you received any consideration or promises from the state of Ohio for your testimony here today?
no,
No one's promised you that you're going to get a lighter sentence or anything like that
No,
if you
sir.
testify here today?
no, sir,
Okay. Why are you testifying here today then?
because I should.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'm going to take you back to October 11th of 2022, okay? Back at that time, on October 11th of 2022, where were you living at?
1260 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And is that right next door to 1270?
Yes, it is.
So if I were standing on Parish Avenue and I were standing in front of 1270, would your house be to the left or to the right?
left. To
I'm
the
sorry,
left.
To the left. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been, may I approach with
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 237. I know you,
That's right.
okay, can you just explain to me what is this picture?
This is the picture where the neighbor was murdered, and this is where I live, and that right there is me.
Okay, all right. And would you say this is a true and fair representation of the way your house looked and the other house looked on
Exactly.
October 11th?
Exactly.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 237 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Okay. All right, so, if I may stand by the screen.
Sure.
I'll do, is that all right if I do the pointing since
Sure.
she's, okay. So, ma'am, is Is this 270 right here?
1270?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
1270?
Yes.
Okay, and this is 1260 right here?
Yes.
And Mr. Hunt, there is a appointment.
Oh, yeah, I am short, so that might be of assistance. All right, so this is 1270 here?
Yes.
Okay, and you said this is 1260 your house, correct?
Yes.
All right, and are you sitting on the porch here?
I'm the taller head one.
This one?
This one's no, that's my sister.
That's
I'm
your
the
sister?
other one.
Okay, you're that one?
Yes.
Right there, okay. All right. And you said that's your sister on the porch with you. Did you live with your sister?
My sister lived with me.
Your
That
sister
was my house.
That was yours, I'm sorry, okay.
That's all right.
And how long did you live at 1260?
Well, I lived there since I was 5 years old,
Okay,
until I moved away from home.
okay. And then you moved back at
Well,
some
I
point?
moved back to take care of my parents
Okay,
before they died.
okay, all right. When did your sister move in with you?
Probably in
2019?
2019.
Okay. Now, on October 11th, at that time, did you know the people that lived next door to you at 1270?
I don't know when they moved in. There were so many people that moved in that house
Mm-hmm.
because it was a vacant home and it was a rental, and there were people and people and people, and then Rachelle and Toby.
Okay, so you knew Rachelle and Toby? You knew who they were?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you see Toby in the courtroom today?
yes, I do. Sitting right there in the blue shirt.
Let the record reflect you identified, Mr. Madden.
The record will so reflect.
And now, were you on your porch on the morning of, I know you were in this picture, but this is later in the afternoon. Were you, in the morning of October 11th, were you on your porch that
Yes.
morning? And
Almost every morning.
almost every morning you're on your porch? What's your routine? What do you do?
Well, Sissy's has raising her grandson.
I'm sorry, Sissy is,
Linda,
that's your
Mayer,
sister?
my sister,
Okay.
is raising her grandson.
Mm-hmm.
And we have him, and he, at that time, went to Crawfordwood School, which was down on the next block.
Mm-hmm.
And he would leave at 8:15, and we would try to be out there, drinking coffee and checking the phone, and so he could wave to us every 5 or 6 steps by, like
Okay.
kid. And it was around 8:15. And he went to school, and I stayed on the porch drinking coffee, went in, got another cup, and my sister...
Is this where you're talking about October 11th?
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay.
My sister went in because she didn't feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed there and probably at least a couple hours.
Okay. Drinking your coffee?
Yeah,
Okay.
looking at the phone.
Okay. But you said he goes to school at 8:15?
He did then, yes.
He did then, okay. Back in 22, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's older now. Right?
Mhm.
And at some point that morning when you're on your porch, did you hear something out of
Yes,
the
I
ordinary?
did. I heard a scream.
You heard a scream, okay. What direction, where did
This
you hear?
direction.
So you're pointing to your left, correct?
Yes.
Would that be towards 1270 then?
Yes.
All right. What time do you think you heard that?
Well, before I went in,
Sometime after he left?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Hours, a couple hours.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you this first. So how old are you right now?
I'm 75.
Okay, so you would have been
73.
73 on October 11th of 22? And do you have any hearing issues?
Yes, I wear hearing aids.
Okay. Do you have your hearing aids in now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Did you have your hearing aids in on that morning on October 11th?
See, I don't remember if I
Okay.
had them in or not. Usually I wear them
Okay.
as soon as I get up, but if I'm just sitting on the porch, sometimes I don't wear them. So I can't say yes and I can't say no.
Okay, all right, fair enough. What'd you think when you heard that scream?
Well, I didn't know what it was. It was, can I give an example?
Sure.
It was like you open a door and something flew at you. It was just a ah! Like that.
Okay.
Maybe 5-6 seconds.
Okay.
But there's so many little kids in our neighborhood that I didn't know if it was a kid. I mean, you don't call the police because you hear a scream.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't. There'd
Okay.
be police in our neighborhood all the time.
Okay.
But that was what I heard.
Okay.
I mean, it was from this direction.
You're pointing to your left
Yeah,
again.
to my left.
Okay.
It
Towards-
wasn't from over here. It was from over here.
Towards Toby and
Yeah.
Rachelle's house.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you said, I think you said you went back inside?
I did in a little while because I went in to fix breakfast.
Okay. And then at some point, did you come back out?
Yeah, all hell had broke loose.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Well, there were tons of policemen
Mm-hmm.
and women, and Toby was running down the steps screaming, "She's dead, she's dead." There's 3 of them. There was 3 of them. And
Okay.
I didn't know. I never ever saw anybody until that moment come out of that house.
Okay.
That's all I saw and heard was a scream.
Okay. All right. Can I have 1 second? now?
You may.
Ma'am, I appreciate you testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Cross-examination, Mr. Wilder.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I got a few questions for you. If you don't hear those, or
That's fine.
if you're confused in any way, just let me know, okay? So we saw the picture there. So your front porch where you sat and you had your coffee, and where
Yes.
you were that morning, you heard that scream. I mean, we're talking, what, 25, 30 feet away from the front porch of the
Yep.
parish?
Yes.
Where Toby and Rachelle were, right?
Yes?
You could throw your coffee cup and probably hit their porch or that close to them. Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
fair?
Mhm.
Right? I think you identified this, but was your sister in the picture with you on the porch?
Yes.
You said you were the taller head person back
Yes.
to your sister, and your sister is Linda,
Yes.
and you referred to her as Sissy?
Yeah.
during your- okay. You mentioned during your testimony that police are in our neighborhood all the time. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, off and on. Yeah, a lot of kids in our neighborhood.
But your testimony was that the police are in your neighborhood a lot. Is that fair?
I said I didn't want the
Right.
police to call the police. You don't call the
Okay.
police for everything.
All right, let's approach, please.
Ma'am, you said you've lived at the residence we saw in the picture since you were 5 years old?
Until I left home when I was like 18 or 19.
Okay. 2 years ago, you said you were 73 years old, still living in that house?
Yes.
In the year or two prior to that, did police have to respond to your neighborhood often?
No more than any other neighborhood.
So would the police come out once a week or less?
Oh,
than-
no.
Was there a lot of drug activity near the residents you had on Parish?
Well, there were some, yes.
And when I asked you about drug activity, you talking about people appearing on the influence of drugs, people selling drugs? What kind of drug stuff did you see?
I never saw anyone sell drugs.
So what kind of drug activity did you
I've
see?
seen people laying on the ground with syringes in their hand, but I've never seen actual buying and selling. I don't think I did. Of course, I don't know. I don't know anything about drugs. We never had drugs when I was growing up.
These people you would see with syringes in their arm, was this near your home?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Sorry.
that's all right.
Is this something you would observe when you're out on the porch in your
Yes.
morning routine?
Morning, afternoon, early evening.
Were you pleased to see that Rachelle and Toby had moved in next door?
I was pleased to see Rachelle
Okay.
because she was very nice and sociable.
All right. Is it fair to say that the people who'd been in and out of that house before Rachelle were people that you weren't too fond of?
Yes.
Were there any people that may have been engaging in the drug activity you described going in and out of that house that
Yes.
Rachelle had occupied?
Before they came there,
All right.
yes.
And isn't it true that 2 weeks before Rachelle moved in, there were people at 1270 Parish and they invited you in to look at the house?
Yeah, there were people fixing it up. I had been in there when I was a kid.
Okay. But did they invite you in the house to take a look
Yeah.
at it?
Mm-hmm.
And those 2 weeks before Rachelle showed up at Parish, what kind of condition was the house in?
Well, they were renovating it, like putting in new cabinets and new flooring and,
I may have been confusing there. I'm talking about before you even know who Rachelle is. Did you enter the property 2 weeks
yes,
before?
that's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Someone was renovating inside,
Okay.
putting up new cabinets and counters and flooring.
Had you ever been in the house without these things you just described?
When I was a kid. But no, that's the only time I've been in that house since I was a child.
Did you notice the broken windows on 1270 Parish?
I never noticed anything like that, no.
Did you ever go inside the 1270 Parish residence with Rachelle at all?
No.
The workers who invited you into the house, was that Toby or Rachelle?
They weren't there yet. They didn't live there then.
So was this like a moving company, or do you remember who these movers
I guess
were?
the landlord or the real estate people hired them. I don't know who hired them.
You're outside every day on your porch, did you see these movers carrying junk out of the house?
No,
Did you see them take anything out of 1270 Parish?
no.
You just know that they may have been working on this.
Yeah, they had cabinets sitting on the floor, and they were putting in new counters. It was 2 men.
Did you ever see Toby at the residence at 1270 Parish?
Not until they moved in.
Okay. Isn't it true that Rachelle was usually gone and Toby was there?
Yes.
So how many times did you think you saw Toby at Parish? Was it daily?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever tell anyone from law enforcement that you were finally going to have good neighbors?
Yes.
And did you say neighbors?
Yeah, I said, we had met Rachelle, and I said we were finally going to have a good neighbor.
Because you had not had very good experience with the people who had
No,
lived
it was a
1270.
rental house.
Right, and there had been drug people in and out of that house. Is
Been
that
all
fair?
kinds of people in and out of that house.
I want to talk to you about the scream that you heard. Did you just hear one scream, or did you hear multiple?
One scream, about 7 seconds maybe long.
And I know you described it as someone opened the door, someone screaming, Your testimony is that scream, or what you heard was 5, 6, 7
Yeah.
seconds long?
And I never heard another thing.
Could you describe was it a male, female voice?
No.
Could you, had you ever spoke to Michelle out of the properties?
Yeah.
Yes. Were you able to decide if that was her screaming?
No, I never thought about it. It was like a high-pitched scream. So I don't know if that would be a woman or a man. But it was a high-pitched scream.
Did you just hear the one scream, or did you
One
hear
scream.
others? Did you hear any arguments?
Nope.
Did you hear anybody yelling at somebody
Nope.
else? Did you hear anything which would have sounded like furniture toppling over onto the floor?
No.
And again, the pictures showed us you're pretty close to that
Yes.
residence, correct?
Yes.
When you've lived next door, were you ever able to hear other things from within the house, like music or tools?
Oh, yeah. You can hear that boom, boom, boom. You know, young kids, boom, boom, boom.
Did you ever hear tools being used on the inside when Mr. Madden was in there? So yes?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was he trying to help with the renovation at all?
I don't know. The renovation was finished when they moved in. I mean, as finished as it was, I hadn't been back in the house, so I don't know how much was finished.
You said you heard this scream. Now, how long did you were on the porch, correct? How long did you stay on the porch until you went inside?
I don't know, close to maybe 10:15, somewhere around there, 10:30-ish, 11, 10:45. I don't remember exactly, but it was later than 10 o'clock.
Well, don't worry so much about the timing of it.
Okay.
As I'm trying to figure out how long, like how many minutes. Not did you look at
After
the
the
clock?
scream?
Yeah, after the
Oh, I
scream,
don't know.
did you immediately go in the house?
No.
Or you sit out there for 15 more
No,
minutes?
because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know, I didn't know if it was a kid over there screaming. I didn't know. I know it come from this side, and it was a high-pitched scream.
All right.
But I just went back to looking at the phone, and then I said, well, I'll go fix breakfast.
Okay, so just to be clear, you did hear the scream, and then you went back to your phone, went
Yeah.
back to your food.
I was outside for maybe
Okay.
15 minutes or so, I guess, and I went in and fixed breakfast.
All right. Where was your sister at when?
She
you heard
went
the
in
scream?
earlier because she didn't feel good.
So when you heard the scream out on your porch, your sister was not next to you?
Right.
You said you stayed out there for approximately 15 minutes after the scream. Did you see anybody come into the residence or leave the residence?
No, I never saw anything.
At some point, you said Toby was running down the street screaming. Is that what you said?
No, I said down the stairs.
Upstairs. I'm
We're on the
sorry.
high side of the street.
Yes.
Our property's up, across the street is flat. And he was coming down the steps. I don't know, they probably have 10 or 15 steps to come down off the porch.
Yeah, your residence is in porches a little bit up off.
Yeah, it's up, yeah.
Up and up. So you heard Toby screaming while going down these steps
Yeah.
towards the road?
Mm-hmm.
And when you observed this, were police already on the scene?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry,
It's
yes.
It's okay, I do it too.
That's
For the
all right.
record, we got to know if that's a yes. All right, so when you observed this, police were already there. Do you know how many police cars were out there, did you know?
Oh, my. A lot.
Was there
a lot.
Was there an ambulance out there at the time you were?
I don't remember.
So, you saw Toby go down the steps screaming, what did he say?
He said, she's dead, somebody killed her, there were 3 of them.
Where did he go to? He went down steps, where did he?
And he came over right in front of my property, right in front of where we were sitting. And there was a policeman that came on this side of him and a policeman that came on this side of him. Because I started to go down to find out what was wrong with him, because he was,
Was he hysterical?
yeah, you could say that.
Was there any calmness to him at all?
No,
Did you notice anything on his hands, if his hands were bloody at
No.
all? Did you have any weapons or anything in his
No.
hands? Did he make any other statements other than what
That's
you?
all he said.
Did you try to run away from the police?
Nope.
Is that the only time that you saw Toby that day? Is when
Yes.
When he was going down the steps screaming?
Yes, sir.
What about Rachelle? Did you see her at any point that day?
No. I was wondering, because the dog was always there. She had a dog, he had a dog, a big old sloppy thing. Old, 2 steps, go to sleep. And I wondered where the dog was all day.
Yeah. So you didn't see the dog at all?
Not until much later,
When we say much later, this is after police had...
in the afternoon.
Okay, I understand. Just give me 1 minute, Judge. Make sure. That's all I have, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Hahn?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Wilder just asked you, I believe that you were pleased to see Toby and Rachelle move in, and I think you said you were glad to see Rachelle move in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you not glad to see Toby move in?
Toby was strange.
What do you mean by that?
I don't really know, but he was always over at the house wanting something.
Whose house?
My house,
Come over to your house?
yes.
What do we mean he was wanting something?
He wanted to use the Wi-Fi, he wanted to use the telephone, he wanted to, and no.
Okay.
Now, when I say this, he was like on something crazy. He wasn't normal.
Okay. Did he make you nervous?
Yeah, very.
Okay. Would you say you were scared of him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, I'm sorry, is that a
Yeah,
yes?
yes.
Okay, all right. Hang on 1 second. Ma'am, thank you. That's all I have.
Any time that you've met with anybody to discuss how you feel about Mr. Madden is after he'd been arrested and charged with murder. Is that fair?
Yes.
You said he was strange and you were scared around him. Did you ever tell Detective Botts that he didn't appear to be a mean person?
Well, he didn't appear to be mean. He was just different.
Okay. Isn't it true you also told Detective Botts that he didn't seem like a murderer?
No. I
You're
don't
denying?
remember saying that.
Are you denying that you told Detective Botts in an interview that you said Toby Madden did not appear to you to be a murderer?
I don't remember saying that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach, please.
Maybe probably you remember the question.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What's your answer?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. When you say you don't remember, does that mean you're denying that you ever made it, or you just don't recall if you told Detective
I don't
Watson?
recall.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, we didn't. She's not subject to recall by us.
Thank you, Deputy Sergeant. Okay, next witness, please.
State, we call Detective Aaron Hucky.
The state may proceed with its examination.
Sorry, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Tell everybody your name and occupation, please.
Aaron Hucky. I'm a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been with Hamilton Police Department?
21 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
8 years.
Okay. What are your duties as a Hamilton Police Department detective?
As a detective, I investigate crimes that happen and occur within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what is your training and education to be a police officer in general?
Yep. I went to the D. Russell Lee Police Academy. After graduation, I was hired on after being promoted. I went to the multiple different OPATA courses for crime scene tech as well as photography.
Okay. And is that your, did that training go to being a detective also then?
Yes.
Okay. Any other training you have, or is that
I have
informal or informal?
Also have training within for the Faro 3D scanner,
Okay.
as well as bullet trajectory.
Okay. And were you requested on October 11th of 2022 to respond out to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And what purpose were you called out there for?
My Lieutenant Patrick Erb, called me and asked if I would process a scene at 1270 Parish.
Okay. What does that mean to process a scene?
Overall, to photograph and then collect evidence.
Okay. So what time did you arrive there at 1270 Parish?
Approximately 1 p.m.
Okay. And other officers, they got there about an hour then before you?
Yes.
So what was the scene when you arrived there around 1?
Upon my arrival, the scene had already been taped off to include the street just west of the residence, as well as north and south of the residence, and the rear alley of the residence.
Okay. Officers everywhere doing different tasks, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And what, why don't you explain to the jury what tasks were you there to perform then?
Upon my arrival, I met with Officer Katie Johnson. She described to me what actions she had taken. I knew that Detective Tony Keep had already been securing a search warrant for the residence. So while I waited for that search warrant to be signed and approved, I went ahead and started taking photographs of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. How long did it take before you got the search warrant and then you got to actually go into the residence?
I would say approximately 45 minutes or so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about all the pictures you took here in a second.
Sure.
So just trying to do it all at once. So, so you went around the entire exterior of the house and took photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got the search warrant and went in, did you then enter the residence at 1270?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything as soon as you went in the house?
Immediately upon entering the residence for an initial walkthrough, I smelled an overwhelming smell of rubbing alcohol within the residence, specifically within that first two rooms, right
Okay.
inside the front door.
And you took note of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate anything to you?
To me, it would be used as...
Approach, please.
I'm going to move on from that.
Sure.
But, so you said you smelled the rubbing alcohol. Then when you go in, what's the next thing you did once you entered the residence?
I began to just do an initial walkthrough of the residence. So that's going room by room and observing just the overall layout of the residence as well as possible items of evidence.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
You may.
Mr. Wilder, is the 1 through 69? I'm going to have you look at, and then 209.
1 to 69.
Yeah, and then 1 through 69 on there, and then 209.
All right, I got it. Thanks.
All right, Detective, I'm going to have you can you briefly flip through 1 through 69, and then look at 209 when you get done with the first ones, and then once you've looked at all that, let me know once you've looked at all those. please, exhibits 1 through 69, can you please identify what those are?
Photographs that I've taken of the scene.
Okay. And are those true and accurate and fair representation of the way the scene looked on October 11th of 2022 when you were there?
Yes, they are.
All right. And exhibit 209, can you please identify that one?
That's a diagram of the residence, the first floor as well as the second floor.
Okay. Did you create that?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair representation of the floor plan of that the home at 1270 Parish and the way it looked on October 11th of 2022?
Yes, it is.
All right. I would ask that States Exhibit 1 through 69 and then 209 be admitted and permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right. Looks like 4, 6, 33, 45, 46, 47, 55, and 57 have already been admitted. So aside from those, do you have any objections to the other exhibits that are being offered at this time, Mr. Wilder?
No.
Okay, those will be admitted and they may be published.
All right. Just start with number 1. All right, so we're going to go through these one by one, Detective. And there is, if you see here to your right, down, if you step, there's a pointer on the outside of the witness box where you are if you want to, if you, here, oh, can you might be able to, if you touch that screen in front of you, will it, can you draw circles on it or lines, or does it work with your finger?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it.
No, okay, so we don't need the pointer then. Should be good. And I think if you go to the top left corner of the screen, or is it top right? Top right, you might be able to hit clear to get that, what you just put on there. Okay. All right, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 1?
The exterior of the front to 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay, and is that now Detective Johnson, I believe, standing on the front porch there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 2. And again, please describe what we're looking at here.
Again, it's just a little bit altered view of the same front of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And are you aware of what is on the wall there in the bottom, I guess it's the bottom right corner of the picture?
Yes.
Yeah, and what is, can you put a circle around it?
Yes.
And what did you just circle there?
I circled, it was a pack of cigarettes. Some of them are outside of the box.
Okay, all right. If you want to hit clear on that. All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 3. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 3?
That's a closer view of the same pack of cigarettes with a few of them outside of the box.
Okay. State's Exhibit 4. And please describe this exhibit.
It's the front of 1270 Parish Avenue. It's an approach.
Okay, and the caution tape's up around the house?
Yes.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 5. What are we looking at here?
The steps leading up to the residence.
State's Exhibit 6. And what are we looking at in this?
As we approach up the steps to the front door.
Okay, doors open?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to the door or any sign of a break-in that you saw?
No.
State's Exhibit 7. And again, I'm going to ask this question a lot. Please
Yep,
describe
that's
this
fine.
to the jury.
This is the windows to the left as well as the left side of the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, is there anything of note in the window on the right there?
It would be a piece of board or something blocking the windows.
Okay. All right. And let's go on to State's Exhibit 8. Or, I'm sorry, one second. Well, and I'm sorry, before we go to 8, is there you said there's a board inside. Can you just circle what you're talking about there?
Right here. In the residence, there's a board.
Okay.
Set up
And is there damage to the window itself?
No.
Okay. Down in the right corner of the right window, what am I seeing there? Is that,
I believe that's to the screen, the window screen.
that's just damage to the window
Window screen.
Okay. No damage to the glass itself, though, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Let's go on to number 8. And what are we looking at here?
Again, it's just an altered view of the same angle with showing the roof.
Okay. Number 9. And what is this picture of?
This is the area below that same set of windows showing the block windows for the basement.
And any damage to those block windows?
No.
Number 10. Again, what's this one?
The same windows again showing the board behind them.
Okay. Number 11. What are we looking at here?
A glimpse of both those windows, the top and the basement block windows, as well as the area just north of the residence showing the neighbor's house.
Okay, and that would be Ms. Mayer's house at 1260 on the left there?
Yes,
And this is still the front of the house, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Let's go on to number 12.
This is an overview.
Okay.
This is an overview of the north side of the residence between the neighbor's house.
Okay, and how far would you say the houses are apart there, where the walls are?
Probably within 8 feet, 10 feet.
Okay, you still walk through there, you could fit through there?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to the windows that we see on the pictures to 1270 there in the side of the house?
No.
Let's go on to number 13. And what are we looking at here?
An additional view showing down the north side of the 1270 Parish Avenue.
All right, and again, no damage to the windows there?
Correct.
The same windows we saw before?
Correct.
14. And what are we looking at in this picture?
This is one of the basement windows that's blocked with one of those vent screens, allowing you to open it up. That's on the north side of the residence.
Okay, and any damage to any of the glass blocks there?
No.
15? Or, well, hold on 1 second. What, is the screen ripped out of that? Is that a window that you would crank open?
I believe so.
Okay. And is there any damage to that actual piece that moves itself, or are we just looking at the screen ripped?
Just the screen ripped.
Okay. 15, please. What are we looking at here?
That is a window from the north side of the residence.
Okay. These are the same 2 windows we've seen in the previous pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that, again, no damage?
Correct.
16.
Again, one of the same 2 windows, no damage.
17.
This is going to be the rear of the residence.
Okay, so that's the back door there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that, when you went through the house and went through the outside, was that door locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Any damage to that door?
Yes, there was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, there was. Appeared to be It did have previous damage.
Previous damage, not. And what do you mean by previous damage?
It was damaged, but it was still functioning as it should.
Okay. All right. And the screen door, are you talking about damage to the actual door itself, not that storm door on the, or which door do you, there's 2 doors?
Yeah, the actual, not the screen door.
Okay. All right. Where was that damage?
It was to the inside frame, the locking side of the frame of the door, as well as dents to the door.
Okay. But again, that door was locked when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to those windows that we see in the picture there?
No.
18, please. Again, what are we looking at here?
Looking again at the rear of the residence, there's 3 windows two of them for the first floor, and there are items stacked up or blocking the view into and out of the windows.
Okay, so those are items inside the house that you couldn't see out of the windows?
That's correct.
19, please. And please describe this one.
Just, again, an overall of the back of the residence.
20. What are we looking at in this one?
Closer view of the back door.
Okay. And where did you see, can you see the damage in this picture?
Yes.
Where, can you circle it where you saw damage?
It would be off to the right of the two door handles.
Okay, and that, there are two deadbolts though, correct? Or two locks, is that fair to say?
Two locks, yes.
Two locks?
Yes.
And they were both functioning?
Yes.
If you want to hit clear
Yes.
there. 21, please. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 21?
This is going to be an overview of the south side of the residence, leading back to the front of the house.
Okay, so if you were on the street, this would be the right side of the house if you were looking at the house from the street, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And air conditioning unit out there?
Yes.
And then two, or I guess there's three windows, isn't there?
3 windows.
Okay. Any damage to those windows?
One of the windows does have damage to it.
What kind of damage?
Damage to the glass.
Okay. I believe we'll see that in a photo coming up here. Let's go to 22. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is a photo of the front bedroom glass window.
Okay. And is there damage to this window?
Yes.
Well, just circle where it is, please. Okay. Is the glass intact?
Partially.
Is it missing out of anywhere, or?
Yes, it's missing out of this area right here.
Okay, all right. And then there's some tape at the bottom there?
Yes,
Correct?
down here.
Okay. Maybe you can clear that out there. Hang on 1 second, Ron. I'm sorry, I had you cleared out. I shouldn't have. Can you circle where the hole is in the glass again? Okay. Is that hole there, is that, could a person fit through that?
No.
Okay. Now you can clear it. Thank you. 23. What are we looking at in 23?
This is an above view of the same window.
Okay.
An angle showing the top half of the window.
Okay. And is that glass intact on 23?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, at the top half that's intact?
Yes.
Okay. 24. Well, what do we have here?
Again, this is a block window for the basement with one of those vent openings.
Okay. And again, is there any damage to that?
No.
25. And what are we looking at in this one?
This is another basement vent window with the glass block.
Okay. Is this a different one than 24?
Yes, this is
Okay.
further down the residence, closer to the street.
Closer to the Parish Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And any damage to that window?
No.
Thank you. 26? What do we have here?
These are the remaining 2 windows for the front room of the residence.
All right. And how high are those windows off the ground, would you say?
I'd estimate about 8 feet or so.
Okay. Could you, so fair to say you couldn't stand there on your feet and look in those windows?
Correct.
Okay. Any damage to those windows?
No.
Number 27. And please describe this one.
And this is from looking back the way we just traveled, looking back towards the back of the residence.
Okay. Just a different view of those same photos, same windows we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
28. And what do we have here?
This is a GMC Terrain that was parked immediately in front of the residence.
Okay. And do we know whose vehicle that is?
Yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
it would be the victims.
Would that be Rachelle Brewsaugh's vehicle?
That's correct.
Any damage to that vehicle? Or that you saw or noticed of anything?
No.
29, please. And what are we looking at here?
This is the top of the front porch leading up to the front door of the residence with a partially burnt or smoked cigarette.
Okay. We'll come back to that then. Okay. And that's the doors open, correct?
Correct.
That's the front door, right?
Yes.
30?
This is a closer view of the same cigarette.
Okay. And did you collect that cigarette?
Yes.
Okay. I'll keep going through the pictures and then we'll come back to that later. 31, please. What do we have here?
This is getting entry into the front door of the residence, into the front room, immediately off the front door.
Any damage to the door there?
No.
Okay. And is that Ms. Brewsaugh on the floor in the back of the picture?
Yes.
And 32? What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the interior of that same front door with the door shut.
And was the door functioning?
Yes.
Door lock functioning?
Yes.
Okay. Both the deadbolt and the lock on the handle there?
Yes.
33? What do we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the victim lying face up immediately inside the front room of that residence.
Is this how she was found when Detective Johnson arrived, or Officer Johnson at the time? Or she had been moved at any point here?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
This is how she was when I arrived.
Okay. 34? What are we looking at in this picture?
Additional view showing down the wall as well as some of the blood and some of the furniture within that room.
And what is that? May I approach the screen?
You may.
Thank you. What are we looking at? What is this in the window here?
In the window, it is a floor sample. When you go to buy flooring, you can take some of the samples. And it's one of those boards to bring back to the residence, try to pick out flooring.
Okay. And I believe that at the bottom on the windowsill there's blood on either side of that floor sample board, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And approach again. This, I know we'll see other pictures of it, but what is this? What are we looking at right here?
It's a cabinet that's been knocked down.
Okay. And what is this piece of furniture here or wood?
The top of a table that's leaning up against the wall.
Okay. All right. Can I have 1 second?
Sure.
Detective down in the corner by Rachelle's foot here, is that, what do we have here?
That's a broken lamp.
Okay. And is it sitting on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Is it, and you say it's broken, is that?
Well, the top part of the lamp is broken.
The shade part?
Yes.
35? And what are we looking at in this State's Exhibit 35?
An additional overall view of the same corner.
Okay. Blood on the floor?
Blood on the floor.
Okay, just point out where the blood is, please.
As well as the trim board. And we have additional spatter back in this general area here. And then here on this frame.
Okay, and is this, may I approach the screen again? Can I just go?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And Detective, is this also blood right here, or is that something else?
I would have to look at an additional view.
Okay, all right, fair enough. State's Exhibit, yeah, thank you. State's Exhibit 36. And what are we looking at in this photo?
These are the two windows from the inside for the front room.
Okay. Any blood up in those windows?
There will be some here. There's some here on this,
Okay.
as well as some in this general area here, and then on top of this ledge here, there will be some.
Okay, thank you. 37? What do we have in State's Exhibit 37?
This would be more of an interior shot showing that cabinet lying on the ground, as well as the victim's left arm and some additional blood.
Okay. You can see the wounds on Ms. Brewsaugh in this picture, in her arm, her torso.
Yes,
And that cabinet, is it on its, it's laying on the front side? That's the back of it that we're seeing up in the air, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Was there blood on that piece of furniture?
Yes.
Where do you, if you recall where it is, or if it's not in this picture, we can go to another.
It's not. It's
And then, that's fine.
yeah. I would need that additional view
Okay,
to
that's fine.
act.
All right.
Correct.
38. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the couch with blankets and bedding. That's within that same bedroom, or correction, within that same room.
Is this the front room as you enter the house?
Correct.
Okay. And this is the same room that her body's in?
Yes.
What is marked as number 3 there?
That would be a cell phone.
Okay. It's on 39. Hey, 1 second.
And 139.
30. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is going to be, my back is immediately to the front door, looking left into the second front room that connects to where the victim is.
Fair to say this is the pathway that so the front door would be basically here, for lack, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is this the path that you would take to go to the basement then?
Yes.
Thank you. And is there blood in this picture also?
Yes, there is.
Where?
There's going to be blood on the top of this box here. And then there, here, as well as, and it'll show on this piece of board.
Okay. It's 140. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 40?
This is immediately turning to the right of the last photo, showing an overview of the victim as well as the front door and the window.
Okay. And again, you can see the wounds on Rachelle in this picture.
Yes.
41. What do we have in this picture?
This is on the other side, so I've been standing between the cabinet and the couch, facing towards that second room at the front of the residence.
Okay, and where would her, I'll just have you circle it. Where would her body be in relation to this picture?
Over in that direction.
Okay. All right. 42, or, well, hold on a second one. Is there blood on this cabinet in this picture, or is this not the?
No, not on this
Okay.
picture. It would have been on this side over here.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. 42. What do we have in State's Exhibit 42?
This would have been to the left of the couch. We have a black bag as well as some clothing and drinks and a clear container.
Okay. And that black bag was collected by you or other detectives, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. This one's 43. And what do we have in this view here?
This is going to be an overview of the second room, depicting the board that I previously stated had blood footprints on it, as well as a small couch with bedding material on it, and additional items on a small table into the back.
Okay. And is there blood on any items there besides the board, or?
There was a small drop on this item here.
All right, and that looks like that would be the lid to that white container there, is that correct?
That's correct.
44. And what do we have in this one?
This is an approach angle into the kitchen of the residence.
Okay. Any blood splatter in this picture, or not in this?
Not in this picture.
Okay. 45. What do we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the kitchen area in the process of being remodeled.
Okay, so this room is actually a kitchen. It just doesn't have the appliances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the other rooms in this picture?
In this direction is back towards the basement and that back door.
Okay.
Through this area will be the front bedroom, what we called the front bedroom. Yeah.
Sure.
And then through here, where that light's coming from, is the bathroom. But then back here, straight back, is a second back bedroom.
Okay.
To that.
46. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 46?
This is an additional interior view of the back door.
Okay. And what is of note in this photograph?
Of note is the two locking mechanisms here and here.
Okay. And what else is that? What is that board or dark object to the right of the locking, over on the other side of the door?
I believe it's just a large piece of plastic.
Okay, it was laying up there. And then is this the piece in the middle, that sawhorse-looking thing? Is that up against the door?
No, it's not. That's actually closer to us. There's going to be stairs, I believe, 2 or 3 right in this area.
Okay.
So that's on our level,
Okay. All right. Very good.
first floor level, I should say.
Okay. 47. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 47?
Again, an additional view of those locks.
Okay. Close up of both of those deadbolts are locked, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 48. What do we have in this picture?
This is an approach angle to the bathroom.
All right. Doors open. Is that what we see at the floor there? Is that dirt or something at that point, or you're not, or do you know? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's down here at the bottom. I believe it's just dirt.
Okay. All right. 49. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 49?
Immediately inside the bathroom to the right, there's the door with a small bag hanging off the handle, as well as the sink.
Okay. And anything of note in this picture?
Within the sink, I saw what appeared to be brown spots that had been washed or basically washed blood.
Okay. And where, can you just circle where that is?
Yeah.
Thank you. And what is that? What are those items on the other items on the sink? Just can you tell us what those are?
Well, we have soap. We have, this is like a,
Which one are you pointing?
oh, I'm sorry. This is some soap. Additional, I believe these are deodorant. Toothbrush. I can't recall exactly what this is. I believe this may be a lighter of some sort.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's 1 to 50. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 50?
Additional view showing some of that same sink, as well as the toilet with cleaning supplies on the top and the tub.
Okay. And there's, looks like one is that a toilet bowl cleaner?
Yes.
That works, and then what's the one behind it?
I believe it's an overall just bathroom cleaner, or surface cleaner.
Okay. And then also in this picture, again, can you see the blood that you pointed out in State's Exhibit 49? Thank you. Clear that out. 51. What do we have in this picture?
And this is going to be walking into the front bedroom.
Okay. And is that, those aren't stairs back there, are they?
No, it's not.
Okay. So that door's just open to that bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 52. And what do we have in this picture?
This is a lower overall view of that front bedroom, what we call a front bedroom.
Okay. Any blood back here?
No.
And again, what do we have here?
We have items of clothing with 2 cell phones lying on the clothing.
All right. And is that that's a piece of furniture, correct?
Yes, it is.
Would that be a nightstand or something, or I can't tell what that is, or a small dresser or cabinets?
It's a cabinet. I don't remember exactly what type of cabinet it was.
54. What do we have in this picture?
This is coming down to the basement. I'm in the basement looking back up
Okay.
those stairs.
Do you recall if the basement was lit or dark when you went down there?
It was dark. There was no access to lighting down in the basement.
Okay, so no overhead lighting in the basement, or no string to pull a
Correct.
light bulb or anything like that? No
Correct.
switches on the wall?
Correct.
How was this lit up then?
That would have been lit up with my camera,
Okay.
the camera flash.
Okay, all right. 55. And again, is this lit up from your camera flash, or did you put lighting down there to do this?
This is with my camera flash.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this picture?
The interior of the first room, when you come down the steps to the basement, my back is to the stairs leading down to the basement at this time.
Okay, and where does that door lead to?
An additional open room. This way is an additional open room underneath the front of the residence, and then there is a smaller room back to the left as well.
Okay. 56. And which room is this leading to?
Going to the right towards underneath the front of the residence.
Okay, so from State's Exhibit 55, this would be that door you just pointed out on the right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, not lit up anywhere in the basement?
That's correct.
57. And what do we have here?
Looks like additional painting supplies, miscellaneous building supplies, a bucket with additional items, and the furnace.
Okay. And is there anything of note on the floor that you noticed?
I see items, looks like some sort of prints, but I'm not exactly certain what those are.
Okay, fair enough. 58. What do we have in State's Exhibit 58?
Now, an additional view tilted up, showing more of that workbench area, the bucket, and the furnace.
What's in that bucket? What's the red handle?
Red handle is some sort of like a broom type handle.
Okay. Was there anything on the other end of that handle?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Is that some plastic coming out of the bucket, or what is that?
Yes.
59. What do we have in State's Exhibit 59?
This is a large amount of clothing, as well as another broom off to the left, a toothbrush, and other items.
Yeah. 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry.
And this is, again, this is that room off to the right, the same one that you said, and when you came down the stairs, this would have been the other bedroom off to the right, or is this the smaller bedroom on the left?
No, we're still in the same room as the prior photo.
Okay.
Our back is now to that workbench.
Okay, all right. 60. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 60?
We're now standing from the previous photo angle, looking back towards the door to this room would have been over in this general area. Here's the furnace, and then additional clothing and miscellaneous items.
Okay.
The water heater.
61. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 61 here?
We have a cell phone as well as a wallet and a green fleece sleeveless jacket.
Okay. Vest?
Yes, a vest.
Okay. All right. And
As well as a gray shirt to the right.
Okay. All right. And the 9 and the 10 are marking what?
9 is marking the cell phone, 10 is marking the wallet.
Okay. And again, these photographs were taken on the day of October 11th, correct?
That's correct.
62. And again, what do we have here on 62?
These are additional photos. This time the 11 is the green fleece vest. 12 is for a SIM card from a cell phone, and 13 is for a key with a red plastic portion to it.
63. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 63?
This is a view of that front window showing that floor sample.
Okay. And still blood on the window sill and the window frame?
Yes.
64. What did we have here in 64?
An additional view of that same window with that floor sample moved.
Okay. So this, you removed that floor sample to take this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. In order to show, I guess, the whole window?
Yes.
And then is there blood on the floor also?
Yes, there is.
Is that a dog bowl? Or
Yeah.
dog dish at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
65. Again, what do we have in 65?
Additional view showing the white patterns of the blood.
What do we have in State's Exhibit 66?
This is of that interior, right when we walked into the front door to the left. When you shut the door, this would be the wall immediately to your left, showing blood spatter.
Okay. And you can just show us where the mark on there, where the blood splatter is, please?
Here. These are additional.
Okay. And are those in the middle one that you circled, are those tracks of where it was dripping down the wall?
Yes.
67? And what do we have in 67?
This is going to be on an adjacent wall of a close-up view.
Different wall than we just looked at in 66, correct?
Yes.
And with adjacent, when you say adjacent, what do you mean?
This
Where
one's-
is this in relation to 66?
This one's directly behind us.
Okay, from the other wall?
Yes.
All right. And that, I'll call it a ruler, or is that something that you put there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that to you, that ruler? What do you use that for?
It's a scale to show the overall scale, so we would be able to pull that up and know that if this scale is at this, how many inches this is, then we could scale the rest of the.
Okay. And how many inches is that scale you're using?
It is, I believe it's 3 inches.
Okay. And that blood splatter is, can you just point out what all this blood splatter on there, please? Thank you. 68. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 68?
This is the blood on the cabinet. The cabinet is now standing upright.
Okay.
We lifted it up and stood it upright.
Okay, members of the
Underneath.
Hamilton Police Department lifted that and stood it up.
Yes.
This is the one that we saw earlier that was lying face down, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what are we looking at on, in this picture on the side of it?
We have some blood here, as well as some right here.
Okay, and am I, fair to say that to the left of this, this side here would be the front of the cabinet?
Yes.
And this is the side that was laying face down, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. 69, please. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 69?
This is an additional view of the front door, again with the scale and additional blood.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said this is the front door?
Yes.
Okay. And that, again, is that a 3-inch scale that you put on there?
Yes.
And please show us where the blood is here. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, one second, Your Honor. And I forgot to have you look at one. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
You still have a quote there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to look at 238. If you could please flip through the exhibit book there and go to State's Exhibit 238 and identify that when you're trying to look, please.
I've located it.
Okay, you take a look at that and identify it, please.
Yes, it's a white folding knife located at the top of that cabinet that was originally laying down in the front room.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate representation of the way that knife was located when you were there on October 11th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I ask that State's Exhibit 238 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Thank you. All right, so now please describe to the jury what we're looking at.
This is going to be like a crown molding feature of the cabinet that was face down on the floor.
Is
Within
this
that-
picture this is while it's still face down on the floor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Within that, there was this folding knife here.
Okay. And is that what number 7 is signifying there?
Yes, it is.
All right. With that knife was collected, correct?
Yes.
And let's go to, actually, I think I have to switch to the other one. I have 209. Now, up on the big screen there, or I guess you said it on your screen, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 209?
Yeah, we're looking at a 2D view of a diagram of the residence.
Okay, and this would be the first floor of the house or the main floor?
Yes.
Okay, can you just point out each room and where the front door is? And
Front porch is going to be here.
I don't think, actually, I don't know if you can, is it drawn?
Might not be.
No, you might be.
Front porch, no, it's not letting me. But the
Okay,
front,
I have you pull up here. If you would, maybe step down. Sure. Just describe what you were going to do on the screen there.
so here's going to be the front porch where we made the original approach to the residence. Here's the front door. Here's the victim up to the right. That cabinet would have been laying here. The couch and those items would have been here with the phone. Additional items that evidence the additional front room, the kitchen, front bedroom, and the 2 cell phones, and the bathroom with the
Okay, and where is how do you get to the basement?
The basement would be, we would walk through here, walk through the back, and then this would be down to the basement. So you walk down 2 steps, there's a landing to that back door, take a left, there's an additional landing, or that's part of the same landing, and then you walk down those steps.
Okay, and let me go to the second page. And what are we looking at in the second page of 209?
Yep. Here we are walking down the steps through this door, through this room to the right, and then here is that open room in front, underneath the front of the residence, and this is the area that we located the jacket, the SIM card, wallet, and those items.
Where would where was that bucket that we saw, just to give a reference?
It would have been right here.
Okay, and the washing machine would have been where when you came down the steps, if you remember? Was that right by the steps, I believe?
Yeah, that was back over here.
Okay, all right, so, and then the other small room?
This is just like an empty additional storage type room.
Okay.
Back in that area. There was not much of anything back in that area.
All right, thank you. You can, yes, please. Detective, did you, you said you collected that folding knife, correct?
Yes.
And did you also collect a cigarette?
Yes.
Which cigarette are you talking about the cigarette that was on the front porch?
Yes.
That we saw in the one picture of the up close right by the front door?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
So I'm going to hand you, I'll wait till you're ready there. Good. Yes. All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213, Mr. Wilder, and also 216. They're physical exhibits. Can you please take a look at 213 and 216 and identify both of these, please? And just for the record's sake, which one are you opening right now?
I'm opening 213.
Thank you.
So 213 is going to be the folding knife, the white handle that I collected from the top of that cabinet.
All right. And, Your Honor, I've asked and that is the same knife that you collected from the top of that cabinet on October 11th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
I've asked that 213 be admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll
And
be
if
admitted.
I may, but can I just have him stand closer
Sure.
to the box and have him hold it up?
Sure.
Please just maybe walk down so that he can see it closer. Sorry, if you get up. Thank you, Detective.
Yep.
Now, if you would open the other one, I believe it's 216, and identify 216 once you get it opened up.
$216 is going to be the partially smoked, partially burnt end cigarette that I located on the front porch of the 1270 Parish.
Okay. And that's the same one that you found on October 11th,
Yes.
2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I've asked that 216 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. May I have 1 second?
Detective, I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
I may jump around a little bit here, asking you questions, so if you get confused in any way, just let me know. I'll try to clarify for you. Is that fair?
That's fine, thank you.
Mr. Wilder, can you put up your footage, just let me know.
Appreciate that. Were you involved with any search warrant executions on that property? Or executing search warrants? Were you involved at all with any of those?
Yes.
Was it just one occasion, or was there another occasion that you went out?
There was a second occasion as well.
The evidence that you said you collected, that you just testified to, was that during the first search warrant execution or the second one?
Would have been during the first.
Okay. But you did say there was a second occasion that you went out for a search warrant execution?
Yes, sir.
You know how long after, the first time you went and then the second time you went, what was the time range? How many days between?
I believe it was 15 days.
During those 15 days between the first search and the second search, was the scene secured?
No.
When you say no, meaning there's no tape up?
Correct. No tape or law enforcement.
Okay. So after officers respond to the scene, and you're there on the day, the night of the 911 call and finding Rachelle dead. When you left the property there, and the days between that and the next search, there's no crime tape up at all. Is that fair?
Correct.
And no officers on scene to monitor if anybody's going in and out of that?
That's correct.
That's correct. You said that when you walked in, it was an overwhelming smell of, did you say rubbing alcohol or just alcohol? I'm sorry.
Rubbing alcohol.
All right. Were there containers inside the house?
Yes.
How many containers?
2.
Do you know the approximate size of them?
I don't know how many ounces. It's a typical size that you can find at a grocery store.
Okay. If you would, just show with your hands about how big the bottle.
Yeah, just a typical size that you would have.
Okay. Stuff that can fit easily into like a medicine cabinet?
Yes.
All right. And you said there was 2 of those?
Yes.
Were they empty?
Yes.
When you were in the bathroom, did you smell that rubbing alcohol?
No.
But you said you smelled it as soon as you walked into the front door?
Yes.
Was that the only room in the house that you smelled that?
It would also have been into that second front room, but after that, no, not as much.
Where did you find the 2 bottles that you described? Where did you find those within the house?
In the front room.
Were those collected?
No.
Did you swab those for fingerprints?
No.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden the day that you were out there at the residence the first time?
No.
Did you even pass him at all? Was there any, like you're walking up, he's walking out?
No.
No interaction at
No.
all? So you wouldn't know whether or not Mr. Madden smelled of rubbing alcohol when he was arrested and taken away from the scene?
Correct.
Was there a knife collected from Rachelle's purse?
Yes.
Is that something you collected, or is that someone else collected that?
Detective Horton did.
Okay. The only reason I ask is it appears to be in your section of the report, but were you present when that was collected from the purse?
He notified me of what he had found.
Okay.
And asked me to respond to him.
Okay. Were you? So if I had a question about whether that knife that was in her purse was deformed or warped, is that a question for you, or should I have asked him?
Probably Detective Horton.
Okay. And I apologize. I'm just
That's
looking at
fine.
the sequence of the report. Wasn't for sure who that was. So you weren't involved with that. Okay. Were you involved with the search of Rachelle's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Are you aware whether or not any rifles were found in her vehicle?
No, I'm not.
All right, that would be a question for someone else, I'm supposing.
Correct.
We went through a lot of pictures of this house. Clearly, they're doing work on the house. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were tools. There were several different types of tools within that house that could have caused injury to someone. Is that fair?
Yes.
I mean, we even have like a rubber mallet hammer, correct?
Yes.
I think there was even something that looks like wire cutters.
Possibly.
But there were items in there. If you wanted to hurt someone, you could have done that with some of the items you saw in the house.
Possibly, yes.
Right. I'm not suggesting that someone did. I'm just saying there were things within that house if someone wanted to threaten or to act like they wanted to hurt someone. There were things in there that could cause bodily harm.
Yes.
The back door, when you were there, you're saying the deadbolts were locked, correct?
That's correct.
You said they were still functioning. Did you go to the door and check them to see if they locked and unlocked?
It wasn't until I observed Detective Horton actually use them did I know that for sure that they were functioning.
Okay. And you did note the day that you went out there, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there was damage to the frame, and you said dents in the door?
Yes.
And in the back door specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second, that's what I'm doing all this stuff. Judge, can I have a minute to confer with my client?
Sure.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is a good time for us to take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an hour for that. It's about 20 after 12, so we'll come back at 1:20. Please remember my recess instructions, okay? We'll see you in an hour. The jurors have been excused from the courtroom before we recess. Is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, Bishop.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
All right, we'll stand in recess until 1:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Wilder and Mr. Madden are also present. And I should note for the record that the victim's representative is also present and has been during the morning proceedings as well. Okay, before we bring in the jury, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing.
Okay, please bring the jury in.
I don't know. They still coming? Good.
Okay, please be seated. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they need to report? Okay, the state may continue with the presentation of evidence.
State will call David Conley.
You just not wish to be.
Yes, he doesn't want to.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tell everyone your name, please.
My name's David Conley,
And how you spell your last name?
C-O-N-L-E-Y.
Where are you employed at?
The Kroger at 1540 South Erie Boulevard.
And that's here in the city of Hamilton?
Yes,
And that's, I know it's on South Erie, but that's also kind of where Grand comes
Grand
into
Avenue,
South Erie,
yes.
is that right? Okay.
correct.
All right. And what's your position at that Kroger?
I'm an assistant store leader.
Okay. And what are your duties in that position?
Pretty much generally oversee all the operations of the store, shipping and receiving, customer service. I mean,
Pretty much anything to do with the store that you're involved in, is
Yes.
that right? Okay. And is that Kroger store there on, that's Route 4, right? South Erie's Route 4?
yes, Ralph.
On Route 4 is, they have cameras there?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And did they have cameras back in October of 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Inside and outside?
Yes.
And so is it correct if I say that you got a new system now? Correct?
Yeah, we just upgraded like 6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to talk to you about the system you had in 2022.
Okay.
Were back in 22, were they operating and recording 24 hours a day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And they saved to a computer or server in your store?
Yes.
And at some point in October, of 2022, did the Hamilton Police Department come and request some video from you guys?
Yes, they did.
From Kroger's? Okay.
Yes.
And was that video provided to the Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And all of those videos that are kept and the videos that were provided to the Hamilton Police Department, are they kept in the ordinary course of business of Kroger's business?
Yes.
Okay. And that video that was given to, excuse me, that video that was given to the Hamilton Police Department, was it altered or edited in any way when it was given to them or before it was given to them?
No.
May I proceed?
You may.
This is 89.
That's wild.
It's just the flash drive itself. Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize that writing on that envelope?
Yes, that's my initial and the date.
Okay. And that flash drive that's inside of there, does that contain the video that was provided to Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, that's a true and accurate representation of the video from October 10th of 2022 that was provided to the Hamilton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 1 second? And I'm sorry, I can't remember if I asked you this or not. Are those your initials that are on the envelope there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and that's today's date?
Yes.
That you put on there?
Yeah.
Okay. And you viewed that video to make sure that that's the correct video, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 89 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Thank you, and I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No cross, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, next witness, please.
Detective Keith? Or Sergeant, I'm sorry.
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Tell everyone your name and occupation, please.
Anthony Keep, Police Sergeant for the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Hamilton Police Department?
26 years.
All right, and you're currently a sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Back in October of 2022, what rank were you?
I was a detective assigned to the Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long had you been were you a detective?
Approximately 4 years.
Okay. And when did you become sergeant?
January 1st of this year.
All right. Back in 22, what were your duties as a police detective?
Follow up on crimes that occurred within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what education or training do you have in order to be a police officer and a detective?
Went through the basic police training back in 1996, became a police officer, and then continued my education throughout. When I became an investigator, I attended homicide investigations, several other classes that are job-related to becoming a detective investigator.
Okay. And as I said, on October 11th, 22, you were a detective at that time. Were you called out to assist at 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton?
Yes.
And what were you called out there to assist with?
I was called out there to assist with a homicide that occurred.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I initially got the call from Lieutenant Erb, the investigations commander, at around 12:15 in the afternoon. He asked me to go out there to assist. I arrived out at the scene, just did a quick walk around of the house. I went back to the police department, typed up a search warrant, took it up here to the courthouse to get it signed. After it was signed, I responded back to the scene with Detective Horton, Hucky, and Trenum. And I think there was several officers there as well, and we conducted a search of the house.
Okay. And your participation in the search, I'm going to ask that we put Exhibit 61 and 62 back on the screen. I believe they were already
They've been
admitted.
admitted, yes.
This is Exhibit 61. What are we looking at in this picture?
We are looking at like a olive green, like a vest, almost like a real lightweight jacket vest type, that was located in the basement of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And did you find this green vest and the cell phone and the wallet there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once you located that, what did you do?
Just back up a second. The officer, the detective, the lead detective would have someone assigned to take photographs. So we basically photographed the entire scene, inside, outside of the house, and then would begin searching each room by room, looking for anything that would be significant or considered evidence or possible evidence. So when I was beginning my search in the basement, I located this jacket with the cell phone, the wallet. I believe it had a few dollars in it. So it was further documented before we collected it as evidence.
Okay. So it was photographed and then you collected the evidence, or did you alert someone else to it?
I'm not sure which officer collected it at the time. I'd have to look at the property tag.
Okay. But you alerted, it was fair to say you alerted someone else to, or directed someone else to collect it then?
Yes.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 62. The securities have been admitted. Can you please tell us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yes, this is the vest, the way it was found initially. And next to that, item 12 is an SD card, and item 13 is a key, and then 11 is the jacket. Inside the jacket was the wallet and the cell phone.
Okay. So in State's Exhibit 62, is this the actual original way you found it?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 61 that we just saw, was that, had you opened it to find those other items?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the actual way you found State's Exhibit 62, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this, again, this is in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, cross-examination, please.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Hello.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden at the scene that day?
No, I did not.
Did you even see him at all that day?
No, I did not.
So by the time you got there, is it your understanding he'd already been taken away from the scene?
When I arrived there, I had very little information about the actual crime.
Okay. We know for sure you didn't see Mr. Madden.
I did not.
You went into the residence that day,
Yes.
and that's after you had a search warrant that you went and had signed, and then you brought back the property.
Yes.
When you went into the property, did you smell alcohol?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any smell of alcohol, rubbing alcohol, anything at all?
I don't recall.
If you had, with the experience, background, training that you have from your first year all the way up until you're a sergeant now, including being a detective, would that be something that you would put in a report if you were to go to a crime scene and smell? Would that be something you'd put in a report?
Normally, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Let me see if my next witness is on here. State of Ohio would call Detective Robert Horton.
Very well.
I do.
You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is Detective Robert Horton, Horton, with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the City of Hamilton Police Department?
It'll be 29 years this Saturday.
Okay. Long time. If you would kind of tell us, why don't you go from the beginning when you first started and kind of take us through your different job descriptions and job duties, the different assignments that you've had.
When I initially started, I was assigned to a patrol shift, which the responsibilities of that, you would respond to 911 calls or maybe actively investigate any crimes that you witnessed. And then I would move to the community-oriented policing section, which means myself and a partner were assigned to a specific area of town, and we were just responsible for that area, whether it was calls for service or citizen complaints or whatever specific details or jobs might happen in that area. From there, I did that for about the first 11 and a half years. I was on the department, and then I was promoted in December of 2006. And then I was assigned to the general investigation section. The way the Hamilton Police Department works is they have, at the time, they had two sections. They had general assignment detectives, and then they had vice detectives. I was assigned to the general assignment detectives. Those detectives, they receive reports anywhere from misdemeanors, might be a theft, or annoying calls, any kind of reports that are made based on solvability, whether they're assigned, all the way up to serious crimes, felonious assaults, murders, anything to that effect. I worked in that capacity for approximately 3 years, yes. And then I was moved to the vice narcotics section, worked there for 9.5 years, working, which was responsible for drugs, prostitution, illegal gambling, anything that would fall under those specific realms. Then after that, I was moved back to the general assignment section, which is where I was at the time when this occurred.
Okay. And then at some point, you got moved back to the vice section?
Well, it's now referred to the neighborhood policing section is where I am now. Our responsibilities are to target gangs, guns, and drugs, and any violence associated with those.
Okay. I assume you still do undercover work as well in that job assignment?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. I guess when you come in, your current assignment, when you come into work, do you dress in a uniform or do you dress plain clothes?
I dress in plain clothes presently.
Okay. All right, so directing your attention back to October 11th of 2022, you said at that time you were in the general division section of the investigation for the City of Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously you've been sitting here for the last day and a half, so tell us how it is that you got involved in this case that happened at 1270 Parish Avenue involving the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh.
I was driving back to the police department when I received a call phone call from my supervisor, Lieutenant Patrick Erb, who is the lieutenant over the investigation section, the general, actually technically all investigations. He called and advised me that there was a deceased female at 1270 Parish, and there was a male party there, and there were officers heading out at the scene presently. He wanted me initially to respond to the scene. So I was driving to headquarters. I advised that I was going to go pick up my notebook and a camera to go out there. However, once I got to the department, he called and advised that Detective Hucky had already gone out to the scene, and Detective Keep was out there as well, or going out there, and asked me to stay at headquarters because patrol was going to bring in the male party that was at the residence.
Okay. And who did that male party that was at the residence, who did that turn out to be?
Toby Madden.
Did you ultimately have contact with the male that was at the residence that was being brought back to headquarters?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you see that individual in court today?
Yes, sir. He's seated to my left. He's seated at the defense table next to Mr. Wilder. He's wearing a blue shirt and khaki pants.
All right, ask the record to reflect the witness as identified of the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. And I assume there's another police officer brought him to the police department?
That's correct.
And do you remember who the officer was that brought him?
I believe it was Officer Volchkov, but I don't recall if it was, in fact, him.
Okay. Where did you first make contact with Toby Madden?
When I first saw Mr. Madden, he was actually in an interview room across the hall from where our office was.
Okay. So you did not see the defendant actually being brought into the police department?
No, sir.
The first contact you had with him was inside the police department in the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you first made contact with Toby Madden, tell us about your observations that you made about him.
Mr. Madden was distraught. He was crying. He was wearing a bright colored green shirt. I observed that it had some what appeared to be blood on the shirt, as well as a pair of black shorts, I believe, and he had white high-top basketball shoes.
Okay. So you observed what you thought was maybe some dried blood on the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you notice anything on the shoes?
There seemed to be some blood on the shoes as well.
Okay. But you said he was visibly distraught?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you attempted to interview him. Can you tell us what sort of information were you able to get from Mr. Madden?
When I initially went into the room, I spoke with Mr. Madden, introduced myself, and advised him that I was trying to figure out what happened on Parish Avenue. I advised him I needed his help in trying to determine what had transpired, and so I tried speaking with him. He was very upset. He did tell me, he would say certain things. He told me that there were 3 guys there. They were supposed to be from the city. I needed to find them, and find out what happened to Rachelle. We did go through, and he did advise me that it was Rachelle Brewsaugh was the female that was at the scene. I did show him a photo to verify that we were talking about the same person. He just kept repeating about, said that he was sleeping, and he's not sure what happened. He just woke up and found her, and then started yelling for help. But he did repeatedly say that there were parties in the residence, and that I needed to find out who they were, and that they supposedly worked for the city.
And did he tell you at first or initially where he was sleeping when these individuals from the city were in the house?
He said he was in the chair in the room next to where Miss Brewsaugh's body was recovered.
Motion is granted.
At some point, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but State's Exhibit 43, does that appear to be what's kind of in pink? Does that appear to be the chair that he was referring to, that he was initially sleeping in that front room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, and at some point, did you have an opportunity to take some photographs of the defendant, Toby Madden?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Wilder will just 79 through 80, please.
All right, thanks.
Detective, if I can have you look at State's Exhibit 79 through 88.
Yes, sir.
All right, and generally speaking, what are State's Exhibits 79 through 88?
They're the photos that I took of Mr. Madden on October 11th of 2022.
And what areas of the body were these photographs the focus of?
Initially, it was just how he appeared when he came in the interview room. So it shows the shirt, the shorts, and the shoes. And then I took photos of his arms due to the fact that he had appeared to be scratch marks on an arm, and then I think he had an abrasion on his right arm. And then towards the end, there's also photos of his chest area, appear to be scratches across his chest and along his back.
And Detective, are all those photographs, I'll ask you a question about them all in one, but do those photos truly, fairly, and accurately depict how you saw the defendant Toby Madden that day at the police department, the clothing and the injuries you saw on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 79 through 88 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, so Detective, it's ever easier for you, with the court's permission, if you'd rather step down and point, or if you can circle on the screen, whatever.
Brad, the pointer's being
Yes, you probably can. Someone said you're a big guy. We've heard about that. Yes, please. When we let Matt here in State's Exhibit 79.
This is Mr. Madden inside our interview room where I first met him. This is the shirt and shorts and shoes that he was wearing. This obviously was the first part that I noticed, what appeared to be the dried blood on the shirt. And there's also, I believe, some on the tops of the shoes.
Okay, and you heard Detective Catherine Johnson, Katie Johnson, but then Officer Katie Johnson. Had you received information that when she initially made contact with Mr. Madden, that he was on top of the victim, Rachelle Brewsaugh, doing chest compressions and giving life-saving measures?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Madden also told me that as well, that he was trying to breathe breathe air into her.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 8. And tell us what it is that you were seeing and why it is that was it Detective Trennan that actually took these photos?
I took the photos.
Okay.
This is Mr. Madden's forearm, this area here. And there's a red scratch along, going down the arm.
That's his right forearm?
I believe it's.
No, sorry, that's his left forearm. Sorry. Okay. Does that show up? If you would, go ahead ahead and trace again what it is that you're seeing.
It's this area here. There's like a smaller mark there.
Okay. Is it safe to say that it was easier to see in person than on this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. But you took this photograph because you're saying that you saw a scratch in that area that State's Exhibit 80.
Yes, sir.
All right. State's Exhibit 81, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's the same forearm, but with a measuring device placed for scale. And you can see the red mark going down here and here. On the photo.
So you actually visibly saw two red scratch mark lines?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit 82. So I don't want to mess things up. Now we're looking at his right eye.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 82?
It's a red abrasion on the forearm area, this area right through here.
State's Exhibit 83.
It's the same abrasion area with the scale. As you see, it's right in that area there.
And the abrasion, are you talking about just what's in the middle there? Or
No, it's a red where I'm circling. This whole area is red all around that area.
State's Exhibit 84. And I'll let you explain which arm this is and what it is you're seeing.
Well, there's a scratch mark going along there.
And which arm is that?
I think that's the back of his leg.
Was that the back of his leg?
I believe so. I believe this is his calf.
Okay. So you say State's Exhibit 84 is actually a leg?
I believe so.
Okay. State's Exhibit 85.
This is Mr. Madden without his shirt. There are multiple scratches going horizontally across his chest.
How many lines or how many different scratch lines were you visibly able to see?
There's multiple. The darker one here, and a couple smaller ones.
State's Exhibit 86.
This is a close-up of the scratches. I said there's the darker one, and there's another one there. The area is red.
State's Exhibit 87.
It's the scratches again on the chest, but with a scale.
And it's a little more close up here.
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 88.
Those are multiple scratches that were on the defendant's lower left side on his back.
How many different scratch lines do you see here?
Well, it's almost they run parallel. There's three darker ones, but each one has a lighter one running parallel to it.
All right, thank you, Detective. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Yes, sir. I'd make it work. If they don't fit, you're going to have to quit. There you go.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Detective, I'm handing you what's marked State's Exhibit 217.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what State's Exhibit 217 is?
It is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing in the photos that we subsequently took from him.
Okay. Did you collect that from him on the day that you talked with him, October 11, 2022?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And with the court's permission, if I could ask you to open that. you recognize that as the shirt that you collected from Mr. Toby Madden?
Yes.
Your Honor, I guess I would officially ask the 217 be admitted in permission to publish to the jury and have the detective step down and show it, ladies and gentlemen.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted, and the detective may show the jurors.
Thank you. What is it that we're looking at here, Detective?
This is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing when he came to the police department. There's blood on the front of the shirt.
There's one little spot on the back as well.
And Detective, during this interview or your interaction with the defendant, Toby Madden, did you attempt to take or did you take a DNA standard?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you could educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a DNA standard?
A DNA standard is typically performed by taking a buccal swab, which is basically a Q-tip, a cotton swab, and you swab the inside of the mouth region, and then that is then subsequently placed in initially in a cardboard box, typically, and then inside a paper envelope.
Okay. And what is the investigative use for obtaining a DNA standard from an individual?
The DNA can be sent to, we send ours to BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations, and they can use that from the buccal swab. They can get a DNA profile of the party and then use that to compare against other items of DNA evidence.
Okay. And if I may approach your Honor.
You may.
And I forgot to show you the shirt, I'm sorry. I'm handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 223, and let me ask you, would you like separate gloves because the other one, or you think you're okay?
No, sir. It's
I'm
fine.
eventually going to ask you to open that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223?
This is the buccal swab that was taken from Mr. Madden by Detective Trenham and I inside the investigations interview room.
Okay. And with the court's permission, I'd ask you to open it and you can show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is.
Okay, permission is granted.
Actually, one moment, Your Honor. I think it's another witness. All right, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223?
These are the envelopes that the swab was placed in. I wrote on the outside buccal swab Toby Madden on the envelopes, and then they were subsequently sealed.
Okay.
You want me to open this up as well? Or no.
Let me, hang on one second. If I
Okay.
could use the, Mr. Horton.
Elmo.
And if I could have permission to publish 223 and the contents of what are inside 223.
Any objection? No. All right.
Actually, let me bring him in first.
Which envelope?
Either one's fine. All right, so you said that you wrote a buccal swab, Toby Madden, is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And you wrote that under, obviously, to, obviously, to label it, to let everybody know what that is?
Yes.
And I'll take the other one. Likewise?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you have taken two different swabs or two different, like you said, Q-tip swabs from the mouth of Mr. Toby Madden?
Yes, typically, you need to get a certain amount, so typically we take 2. There's 2 in the packet, and try to do both cheeks inside the knife.
And I think it's sufficient if you just go ahead and open one.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the swab that you would have taken from the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask permission for the detective to step down and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the swab is.
Any objection?
No.
All right, permission is granted.
So they come packaged this way, and then you can open up the plastic, and once you take the swab, you're inside their cheek, then you can place it back in the plastic, and then close it.
We'll go ahead and put that back in the envelope. I'll hand this one back to you.
Yes, sir.
Put this back into 223. And I assume at some point either you or other detectives that were assisting you had that item sent off to BCI for testing, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I assume before you would swab an individual for DNA, I assume you do measures like wash your hands and make sure that your hands are free of anything that might damage the DNA sample?
Yes, but we also wear gloves.
Okay. All right, so after you take the photographs and get the swabs from the defendant, do you guys have any other brief conversation about where you ultimately wound up sleeping or anything like that in the room or in the house?
Yes, I continue to talk to Mr. Madden. He advised that he was really tired and that he had initially been in the adjacent room to the front room on that couch, and then at some point in time he got up and went into the room that Detective Hucky referred to as the front room. I verified that we were talking about the same room when I spoke with Mr. Madden. Said there was the room that didn't have furniture in it. It was just a flat floor. And he said, but there's no bedding there, so he said he was just sleeping on the ground. So he advised that at some point in time he did hear some screaming, but he wasn't sure if it was just in his dream or whether that was in fact the case. He said that's the room he was in when he woke up, walked out, and then found Miss Brewsaugh on the ground.
Did he tell you how many days it had been since he had slept?
He said that he hadn't slept in a couple days.
Did you ask him if he knew anybody that wanted to harm Miss Brewsaugh?
I did. He said he didn't know anybody that would want to hurt her.
At some point, did he tell you that there were some people that were after him?
Yes, sir. As we continue that conversation.
I assume at some point you get some updates, since you're at the police department. Are you the lead detective that's assigned to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I assume that you're getting updates from other detectives that are at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Detective Hucky after I'd gone in and out speaking with Mr. Madden a couple times. I walked out, contacted Detective Hucky. He advised me that Ms. Brewsaugh had multiple stab wounds, and she appeared to have defensive wounds on her arms and wrist area.
I assume that you or other members of the police department would have gotten a search warrant, probably before Hucky went in. Did you get a search warrant, or did you make some observations and then get a warrant?
That was in the process of them, I believe that was after the warrant had been typed.
Okay. At some point, did you wind up going to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that located in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And when you got there, take us through some of the observations that you made. Let me ask you this. Do you remember about what time you got out there?
I believe I got out there around maybe 3:30 or 4 o'clock.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. Do you know about what time the 911 call was?
I don't recall.
Tell us, if you would, what observations were made when you got to the residence.
I pulled up. The scene was still secured, roped off. I walked up, met with Detective Hucky. He walked me into the front of the residence. At that point in time, I saw Miss Brewsaugh on the ground. She was still there. She had a black Planet Fitness shirt. She had multiple holes in it, cuts. And then there was a couch. There was an overturned cabinet of some sort next to her on the ground. There was blood on the walls and on the floor. And then the area that Mr. Madden had described where he was sleeping, I could see that bedding that I'd identified before.
And I assume at some point during this time, you also probably tried to track down or figure out who these 3 city workers are and who had been at the residence that day?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is you did or how it is that you got that done.
I contacted the city utilities department, and they did advise me that they had a work order and that they were at that residence in the morning. I asked Detective Botts and Detective Nickteen to go talk to the city workers, and eventually I did have them send me the city send me a copy of the work order for that residence.
And those would have been the city workers that were in here earlier that testified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume at some point, I know sounds like you've gone back and forth between the house and the police department, the house, the police department.
Yes, sir.
Tell us how it is, or did you eventually aid and assist in the search warrant that was undertaken at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
And did you go into the basement area of 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go down there?
Detective Keep was searching that area. He called up, typically yelling for the camera. I walked down to the area. He advised that he had found this green vest, and inside it was a phone and Mr. Madden's wallet, but it was down in the basement.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 61, I think, has already been admitted. I would ask permission to publish that.
Permission is granted.
All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 61, and with the court's permission, if you would like to step down to point different things, please do.
Permission is granted.
This is the green vest that Detective Keep had found down in the basement. That is the cell phone that was in the vest, and that's the wallet that contained Mr. Madden's, some of his credit cards, EBT card, and his ID.
All right, in State's Exhibit 62.
This is the underside of the vest, the key with the red top, and then a SIM card to a cell phone.
Okay. And the key that's in State's Exhibit 13, do we ever figure out where that key went to?
No.
Okay. The SIM card that's in State's Exhibit 12, was that ever analyzed or gone through?
Yes, it was sent to BCI, their phone analyst.
And anything of evidentiary value that you found pertinent to this case?
It was registered to Mr. Madden.
I believe you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, please, sir. If I may approach the Rachelle.
You may.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sworn defense counsel was remarked to State's Exhibit 211. Said you needed bigger ones. And what is State's Exhibit 211, please?
This is the jacket that was found in the basement.
And with court's permission, I'd ask if you would please open that up so we can take a look at it.
Permission is granted.
Yes, sir.
We'll hear about some of those flags that are falling off.
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211?
This is the green vest that was recovered in the basement.
That's what would have been in State's Exhibit 61 and 62?
Yes, sir.
And what observations did you make as you collected that vest and have looked at it?
By looking at it, it has several spots which appear to have contained blood. And then one of the things about it was also there's a cut in the front of it. And then there was also blood on the back portion of it too, as well.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the detective to be allowed to step down and show the ladies and gentlemen what it is that he's referring to.
Permission is granted.
I'll collect it. Yeah, I'll collect the stickers.
This is. Yes. There's the cut. And the front. And the little flags were marking where the blood spots were.
And were those tags applied by you or a different detective?
Detective Trent.
You will hear from him at some point in this trial.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Let me approach you.
You may.
State's Exhibit 212. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 12?
This is the wallet that I showed you in the photo that was found with the green jacket.
If you put up State's Exhibit 61 again with the court's permission. Sure.
Permission is granted.
Is that the wallet that we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay. When the green vest was found, was the wallet laying on top of that, or was that in the pocket of some kind?
I believe it was in there's a zipper pocket in the front part of the vest, and it was inside of there.
And I apologize,
Yeah.
I'll reapproach you, but I should have asked you that.
Yeah. You're gonna fall regardless. So the zipper is up here on the upper left side by the zipper, the pocket here. I said there was blood next to it. And it was inside here.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
And then State's Exhibit 212.
The wallet?
Yes.
Shall I open it?
With the court's permission, yes.
Granted.
All right, and what is contained in State's Exhibit 212, if you would, please? What are the different items that are inside this wallet?
So there's two items in there. One is a wallet with miscellaneous cards inside, and maybe a dollar bill inside. And this is it's a USB. It's a reader. I think, so we can, if you have I think it's a mini SD card or something to that, you can plug it into a computer.
Okay. Was there anything of evidentiary value that was on that?
No, there's nothing stored on it.
Okay. And what are the miscellaneous cards that were inside the wallet for State's Exhibit 212?
I pulled the cards out, and then I eventually photographed all of them. It's Toby Madden's U.S. bank card and a couple prepaid cards to Toby Madden, a state ID for Wilma Derman, and Department of Human Services ID for Wilma Derman, and then Mr. Madden's driver's license, or state ID, driver's license, and then just a blank gift card, Toby Madden's Ohio direction card with his name on it, and then a Skyline gift card and a Chick-fil-A card of some sort.
Okay, so there's about 5 or 6 cards that are inside the wall that have Toby Madden's name on it.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you mentioned a female's name.
Wilma Derman.
All right, do we know who that is?
I believe it's a relative of Mr. Madden's. His mother.
She's passed away.
And when items such as these, like the jacket, we're going to get into a few more of the items, when they are collected from a scene like 1270 Parish Avenue, where would those items be taken to?
They'd be brought back to the Hamilton Police Department. Then once they are tagged, sealed, secured, and documented, they are placed into our property room.
Okay. And when items are collected by the City of Hamilton Police Department and placed into a property room, I assume that not just everybody has access to the property room. If you can kind of explain how your property room works and how access can be gained to items inside the property room.
So whenever we take evidence in, the evidence, like I said, there's a log sheet where we'll write down everything that we have, especially when it's multiple items. From then, we'll take those items and place them into a locker. Once you place it in the locker and turn the key, you're no longer able to, actually, I'm sorry, it's a button you press that locks the locker. You're no longer able to gain access to it, and nobody else can use that locker. The only person that can get to the items is the property room officer. She's the only one that has access to the property room, and she can remove the items from the other side. And then she takes the log, compares to make sure that everything that's on the log is the same as what she has item-wise. She places that into the computer, and from then she places these items on a shelf or wherever she has them kept and stored.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I will collect that as well. And with the court's permission, if I can, put State's Exhibit 42 up on the overhead.
Permission is granted.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 42?
It's a black zip-up bag that was located in the front room, the same room where Miss Brewsaugh was found.
Okay. And is this a bag that you wound up going through?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And if I may approach Your Honor?
Permission is granted.
Showing defense counsel what's regarded to State's Exhibit 214. Can we identify what's in State's Exhibit 214, please? Or what's, I'm sorry, strike that. Can you identify what State's Exhibit 214 is?
It's a black bag, purse, and the contents of the purse.
Okay. And I assume that you've gone through the contents of the black bag or the purse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Generally speaking, I know there's one item that I want to go into detail with, but what sort of items were inside of this bag?
There were miscellaneous papers belonging to Miss Brewsaugh, and I think there might have been a couple with Mr. Madden's name on it. There were multiple keys. Some of the keys were actually similar to the red-topped key that was found in the basement.
Was there any sort of purse or something that contained the ID of Miss Brewsaugh in there?
I believe her wallet was in there. I have to verify. There were cards, and I believe her ID from her employment was inside here as well.
Okay. As you went through the black bag or the purse,
Yes, sir.
or whatever you'd like to call it, did you find any sort of knife in there?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, first of all, point, with the court's permission, if you'd like to stand up and point to where it is in the bag that you found the knife that we're going to talk about.
While searching the bag in this front zipper compartment in here, I opened it up, and in it was a red Swiss Army knife.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. Was there anything else that was found inside of that particular pouch?
There's just miscellaneous items.
Okay. Madam Chair, Defense Counsel, with regard to State's Exhibit 215. Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
State's Exhibit 215. What does that appear to you to be?
This is a box that contains the Swiss Army knife multi-tool that I removed from that black bag.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask the detective to go over that.
Permission is granted.
All right, what are we looking at here that's in State's Exhibit 215?
This is the Swiss Army multi-tool that I found in the black bag.
Okay. When you initially found this Swiss Army knife or utility knife, what observations did you make about this knife?
I was opening up, since it appeared to be a stabbing, I was opening up to check the various blades in the knife. When I opened this one here, I could see that there was water inside the knife, which was strange because it was sitting in a bag. However, based on the fact at this point in time we knew there to have been blood in the sink in the bathroom, that's what really caught my attention to it. And then I had Detective Hucky come over to me, and I showed him.
Okay. I assume when you were handling this knife there at the scene that you would have had gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with the court's permission, I would ask that 215 be admitted into evidence, and if permission for the detective to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it is that you visually saw the water.
Any objection? All right, it'll be admitted, and the detective may show the jurors.
So this is the blade. The water was down inside here. When I opened it up, it was down in between where it folds down.
Thank you. Did you notice did you visually notice anything else on the blade?
There also appeared to be some dark specks on it, which I thought could possibly be blood.
I think it turned out that was not blood, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume this is another item, 215, that would have been packaged up by you or other detectives and taken to the property room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so. Is there anything back in?
Yes, sir.
So I believe everything that we have talked about so far is from October the 11th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you into, actually, give me one moment, Your Honor. Okay, I'm going to take you back, or I'm going to take you to the following day on October 12th, 2022. Did you go to the autopsy of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I assume that's standard practice for a detective or one of the detectives from the Hamilton Police Department to go to an autopsy where it very well might be ruled a homicide of some kind?
Yes, sir. Typically, they want the investigating officers or detectives to be there in case the examiners have any questions for you about anything at the scene or something like that. Plus, we also exchange the photos that we took from the scene as well as photos they took when they showed up to remove the body.
Okay. And I would assume that at the autopsy, you along with the coroner's investigators would have taken several items of evidentiary value, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Rachelle Defense Counsel, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 222? Sir, can I have you identify what the State's Exhibit 222?
It's what's referred to as a blood ID card. The coroner's office, when they are examining a body, will take the blood from the victim, and we use that to take the BCI for comparison for DNA.
Okay, so similar to the swab that you have taken from the defendant, it's just it's an evidentiary item that you're able to take to the lab to test at a later point. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
I'm showing defense counsel with the marked as states exhibits 224, 225, 226, and 227. I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I don't think I asked last time. I apologize. Detective 224, 225, 226, and 227. What are those items?
These are fingernail clippings from the left hand and the right hand of Rachelle Brewsaugh that the coroner's office collected as part of their investigation and part of their autopsy.
And what would those, I think some of them are labeled like clippings and some are labeled like scrapings?
Yes.
Okay.
So the clippings are when they actually clip the nails. The scrapings are all the items found underneath the nails.
Okay. And what is the purpose or the reason or why would the City of Hamilton Police Department ask for these items to be collected?
Due to the fact that it appeared that she was involved in a struggle based on the defense wounds she had, we requested that these be collected in case we needed DNA.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And why don't we do this for the record? 224, why don't you go ahead and read what these are specifically from and of?
Okay. This is the left hand fingernail clippings.
All right, so that's 224?
Yes, sir.
225?
This will be the left hand fingernail scrapings.
226?
This is the right hand fingernail clippings.
And 227?
And this will be the right hand fingernail scrapings. These are all gone. Yes.
This one goes. I'm sure defense counsel has remarked the state's exhibit 210. And Detective, can I have you identify what state's exhibit 210 is?
Yes, this is the black T-shirt that Miss Brewsaugh had on at the time when we found her deceased with the multiple stab wounds.
Okay. Is that an item that was collected at the coroner's office?
Yes, it was.
And with the court's permission, if I can have you take that out.
Yes, sir.
Permission is granted.
And Detective, what's in State's Exhibit 210, is that the shirt that was collected at the coroner's office?
It is.
That's a shirt that was worn by the victim in this case, Rachelle Brewsaugh.
It is.
I would ask that 210 be admitted in permission to publish to the jury, please.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
And tell us about some of the observations, if you want me to help you hold it.
Oh, no, that's fine. The shirt is obviously saturated in blood. It's actually kind of stiff now. You see the blood up here up top. That's dried. And there's multiple holes in it, jagged cuts in the shirt. But they even go around to the side of the shirt. And some of them, they're various sizes. You can see. Jagged cuts along the bottom of the shirt, middle.
Yep. I got one of them on my foot.
And I think I neglected to have you identify these. Did you also collect the white Reebok shoes from Mr. Madden today on October the 11th, 2022?
I did, in the interview room.
What number are they for?
If I may put you on 242 and 243. And so 243 is the left, and 242 is the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Put the left one in here for now. Sir. All right, Detective, I'm going to eventually ask you about some things that happened a couple of weeks later on October 26th of 2022. So obviously we have the time from, you went to the autopsy, collected some of the items that you talked about. That was on October the 12th. So in between October the 12th, the autopsy and the items that you collected, and October 26th, where we're going to talk about a search warrant that was done in contact with Kroger. Educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about some of the other things that you were doing during those couple of weeks.
During that time, I also, between doing follow-up interviews with for background information, other parties that came forward when they heard about what happened on the from what they saw on the news, I also made a trip to BCI to take evidence up there. And then mostly supplemental background information. I did a search warrant on the GMC, Ms. Brewsaugh's vehicle that Detective Hucky showed you in the photos. And, I also followed up on, Mr. Madden had told me in one of the interviews while we were talking that there were people following him around Kroger the night before, that he'd been at Kroger, and that they followed him up and down aisles, and he thought they were trying to abduct him. So based on that, I went to Kroger on Route 4, which is the closest Kroger to that location.
And that would have been the one that Mr. Conley, you testified before, you were two witnesses before you talked about that he worked, was that the same place?
That's correct.
Okay, and I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So by going there, I had the information from Mr. Madden's card, and I asked them if they could run that through their system to see if he did in fact use his card there at their store. They were able to find that he was in the store around 7:40 p.m. Checking out. I requested the video from Kroger for that incident. Initially, they could only show it to me. They weren't able to download it, yet they had to get a tech person to do it. So I took some photos on my phone just to see what he was wearing. I went back to the police department and looked through the crime scene photos, and I observed some of the items that Mr. Madden was wearing the night before were in our crime scene photos. So based on that, I typed up a second search warrant for the residence.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So you said that Mr. Madden would have been at the Kroger on Route 4, Erie Highway. You said the night before at about 7:40?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be October the 10th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what Mr. Conley, I think is already in the State's Exhibit 89. Are you aware of what the contents of State's Exhibit 89 are?
I am.
And what are the contents of State's Exhibit 89?
It's the security video from the Kroger on South Erie Highway here in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. And it shows Mr. Madden using the self-checkout on 10/10/22.
Okay. And I know that I'm initially probably was it on, I want to make sure I have the right time, on 10/26, that's when you visually looked at the video from Kroger.
Correct.
Kind of made some, I think you maybe made a video off your phone.
Yes, sir.
But then you would have taken some screenshots from your phone.
I did.
And went back to the police department, looked through some of the photos, and you saw some items that were familiar to you, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the Kroger video first, the still photos?
Sure.
Or the search warrant? Second search warrant.
We can talk about the video first.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I'm going to refer to State's Exhibits 90 through 101. They're all photographs, Mr. Wagner. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 90 through 101? Or let me ask you this. I'll just ask you to look through 90 through 101, then I'll ask you a question collectively about all of them.
Yes, sir. Good.
And generally speaking, what are those photographs of State's Exhibits 90 through 101?
There are two different camera angles. The first one is, predominantly, they're the overhead camera for whenever anybody uses a U-scan at Kroger. They video from you above to make sure that you're scanning the right items and that you're paying for them, and that the same amount of items go in the bag that you have. So the items predominantly show Mr. Madden at the you scan self-checkout on 10/10/22. And then the last few photos show just the from the entrance video camera, just him leaving after paying for them.
Okay. So then why don't I do this? I'm going to take this back.
Yes, sir.
I'll take 89. Actually, 89 is the actual video itself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The videos itself?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'm just going to go ahead and play some of the Kroger videos first.
That's fine, it's been admitted.
If you wouldn't mind blanking the screen first, since I'll get it. Blank that screen again. I think it's got the. I think it thinks that there's two screens. If that makes sense.
Oh, and like two monitors.
Yes.
Your Honor, can we approach briefly? Sure.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break at this time. So I will give you 15 minutes. Ask that you return at 3:10, and please remember my recess instructions.
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe it's trying to recognize the power. But only I don't because you have two windows open. See if it goes out the house.
Close down the window.
Where do we get you?
Tell it to me.
No, you'll come down.
We can go for now. Anyways.
Your Honor, Tony was available. I don't know if that's the issue.
The jurors have been excused from the courtroom. Is there anything else for the record before we break?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I was looking at, I just wanted to bring up one item. If you pull up.
Are we being recorded?
We are on the record.
Okay,
sir.
I want to be on the record. Can you pull up state exhibit number 66, please? Please? Just pull it up on
Why
here.
don't we go off the record, and if
I wanna
it's
be
something
off
that
the
needs to be
record.
on the
I don't
record.
I don't want it to be.
I'm not sure what
Okay.
How come I'm not allowed to have it on record?
They're having,
It's a stick that's on there.
okay. Mr. Costello will be down to help with the computer, please. Thank you.
I want it to be seen.
versus Madden. The jurors are not present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state, and Mr. Madden appears with counsel, Mr. Wilder. It was brought to my attention that after I left the bench, there was a breach of courtroom decorum, and I just want to make the warning if that occurs at any time. Again, this afternoon, I will find that there is a reason to remove Mr. Madden from the courtroom, and he will be viewing the trial from a remote location. Okay, anything on the record from the state before I bring the jurors in?
I apologize, Your Honor, for not being able to operate the computer. I think I know what I need to do now, so I apologize. Thank you for your understanding.
All right. Anything on your behalf, Mr. Wilder?
We're ready to go. Thank
Okay.
you.
We can go ahead and take a seat. Waiting on just one more juror, and then we'll get started. Are there any violations of the court's recess instructions that anyone needs to report? The state can resume its examination of Detective Horton and Detective. I just remind you that you are still on grade.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge. Okay, I believe I was attempting to play State's Exhibit 89. And I'm going to stop it here. Detective, what is it that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 89?
This is the Kroger video, the overhead camera of the U-scan. The party walking up right now is Mr. Madden.
All right, and what observations are you making here in State's Exhibit 89?
He seems to be purchasing a Mountain Dew Code Red. It's a sandwich, and I believe he purchased some mini candy bars as well.
And do you recognize any of the clothing?
Yes, sir. He's wearing the green vest that I showed earlier to the jury.
And the gray shirt that he's wearing, we're going to hear a little bit about that in a second.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what other clothing do we see that is of importance to you in this, at about the 57, actually I'll just say the 1940 time frame?
Mr. Madden's wearing a gray and black baseball hat. He has a dark gray shirt on underneath the vest. He has light colored shorts and then he has a pair of Nike KD shoes.
And KD, would that be for Kevin Durant?
Yes, sir. Here he's taking his wallet from the zipped up part of the jacket.
And that's where it is that you found the wallet the day of the search warrant on October 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I believe that's all we see of Mr. Madden in this video.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Hoffman, if you could, thank you. Yep, sure is. I just gotta get to it. Good, Mr. Hoffman. All right, what are we looking at here, Detective?
This is the exit camera for Kroger. It's actually on a different system at the time. They had two different systems running. So this is as you leave the U-scan and walk out the front of the Kroger out to the main entrance. So that's Mr. Madden walking out, You see the clothing that he's wearing, carrying his bag, and then he just looks in the bag and just walks out the front door.
And you didn't see anybody chasing him or anything like that, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I think I already asked you a little bit about these. I'm going to go ahead and ask again. State's Exhibits 93 and 101.
Yes, sir.
And Detective, what are those pictures or photos of?
As stated before, these are the still shots that I took from that video that you just watched of Mr. Madden at the U-Scan.
And are those all true, fair, and accurate still shots that you would have taken from State's Exhibit 89?
Yes, sir.
I would ask permission, ask for those to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Will be admitted and they may be published.
All right, what are we looking at of note on State's Exhibit 90?
This is when Mr. Madden first comes up to the U-Scan. You can see it's a top-down shot. You can see the gray and black hat, the green and black vest, along with a gray shirt and shorts and his gym shoes.
I know we're going to talk a little bit about the gray shirt here in a second. Do you notice anything on either the green and black vest or the gray shirt of note?
No, sir. There's no holes or blood appear to be on either item.
All right, State's Exhibit 91.
Another view, once again, of the green vest, the hat, and the shirt. There seems to be no blood or damage to either item.
92.
Again, a closer up look. There's no holes, no cuts, no blood.
State's Exhibit 93.
This is, again, no blood, no cuts, no holes, and that's the part of the gray vest that I showed the jury that had the hole in it when it was recovered on the 11th.
State's Exhibit 94.
The vest, the shoes, the shorts.
Is this one of the photos that you're able to use to determine or figure out what kind of shoe was on the foot of Mr. Madden on October 11th?
Yep.
Sorry, October 10th. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 95.
Again, Mr. Madden, another overhead view. There's no cuts, no holes, no blood.
State's Exhibit 96.
A more complete look at the jacket. As you can see, there's no hole, no cut in the jacket, no blood, and none on the shirt either.
State's Exhibit 97.
Again, a view, no cut, no hole, no blood.
98.
No blood, no tear, no holes, no blood.
99.
Mr. Madden standing there, doesn't seem to be looking around for anybody, just standing at the U-Scan with his white shorts, his vest, shirt, hat, and shoes.
State's Exhibit 100.
Mr. Madden walking out, carrying his groceries, looking straight ahead.
And State's Exhibit 101.
Mr. Madden walking out. That's part of the video, the second video. That was watched with him leaving the store.
All right, so I think I had to explain this. So initially, you went into Kroger and you were able to view this video, you were able to record aspects of it, take some still shots. You did not get the full videos until a little bit later, is that correct?
Correct.
But when you did watch the video there at the store and took some still photos, were you able to get a second search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why were you interested in getting a second search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Because we had recovered the vest, we found it with the cut and the blood. From viewing the video, I knew that that gray shirt, or what appeared to be that gray shirt, was on the ground next to the vest where it was located down in the basement. Also, going through the photos, I saw the hat. I wasn't sure if that had any evidentiary item value. And then I was also looking for the shorts and the shoes that Mr. Madden had on the night before.
Okay. So you got another search warrant or a second search warrant for the address at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the ladies and gentlemen, I know we've took a break. So what day was that second search warrant done at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I believe it was the 27th of October, approximately 15 days later. So 26.
And you said that when you watched the video from Kroger, there was some clothing items that were unique to you that you were interested in?
Yes, sir.
And if the court's permission, I believe State's Exhibit 61 is already been. Permission to publish 61 again?
Granted.
And what is of interest in State's Exhibit 61?
The green vest that we initially recovered, next to it is a gray workman shirt, similar to what Mr. Madden had on the day before at Kroger.
Can you block that, Mr. Halpin? If I may approach you, Mr. Honor.
You may.
You have it on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the screen in front of you, do you have State's Exhibit 249?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 249?
It's a photo from inside the residence at 1270 Parish that was taken on the 11th of October, 2022. It shows a brown dark wood board on the ground on top of the laminate, and then in the upper left-hand corner is a gray-black hat.
Okay. So again, that's another clothing item that you saw on the initial search warrant on October the 11th, 2022, that you were interested in looking for the 15 days later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 249 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
If you would, show us or tell us what it is we're looking at in State's Exhibit 249.
As I said, this is the wood board that was found on the ground while Detective Hucky was documenting the scene. There's blood
on the top portion of it, as well as some footprints on the board. And then the gray-black hat that appeared to be the same as from the video for Kroger's is in the upper left-hand corner of the photo.
All right, Detective, and if I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Love, I'm going to show 102 through 109. 102 through 109. Detective, if I can have you look at State's Exhibits 102 through 109. I'll ask you a question collectively about all of them.
Yes, sir.
All right, and generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 102 through 109?
It is some photos from the second search warrant, predominantly of the basement area, as well as upstairs in the kitchen, well, what would have been the kitchen, where there's a bag, the Kroger bag, along with a receipt and some wrappers from the purchase the day before at Kroger.
State's Exhibits 102 through 109, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of the subject matter contained therein, the pictures of the second search warrant you did at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 102 through 109 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 102?
This is the stairs that go down into the basement. This is from the top of the landing, looking down the steps into the basement.
And 103?
This is the basement again. This is the second time. So it's, I think, similar to the picture Detective Hucky had earlier. It shows the back wall, or I guess that wall that you see straight ahead is the wall to the basement at the front of the house.
State's Exhibit 104.
The gray shirt.
And if you would, why don't you go ahead and either circle it on the screen or get up and point, whichever one the court would like. State's Exhibit 105.
That is the Kroger bag that was up in the kitchen area.
106.
Receipt in the Kroger in the Kroger bag.
And that corresponded with the time on the video that we just that we watched.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 107.
The gray and black hat.
Okay. But to be fair, that's a picture of the hat at the police department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. 108.
The Kroger bag, along with the empty Snickers wrapper, was inside of it.
And again, that's a picture taken back at the police department.
Yes, sir.
109.
Just interior, looking down into the bag, the receipt and the Kroger, or I'm sorry, the Snickers.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
So if I can have you identify the State's Exhibit 218 is.
218 is the dark gray shirt that was pictured earlier in the initial photographs from the initial warrant, but this is the one that was collected on it would be the 27th of October.
That's the one, if you can put that up on the screen. State's Exhibit 104, that's the shirt that you see there.
That is correct.
That's also the shirt, the same shirt that you saw, that we saw in State's Exhibit 61.
Yes, sir.
Actually, with the court's permission, if you can open that up, please.
Permission is granted.
And what are we looking at there at State's Exhibit 218?
It's a gray Dickies work shirt. It was the one that was recovered inside the residence in the basement.
Okay. And on the day that it was recovered during the second search warrant, did you make any visual observations about 218?
Yes, sir. There were numerous locations on it. Appeared to have dried blood.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that 218 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
You want the court's permission if the detective can step down and show it to the jury, please?
Permission is granted.
Thank you, Detective. State's Exhibit 219. Let me approach you with it, Sean.
May.
State's Exhibit 219.
Yes, sir.
Can you identify that, sir?
It's the gray hat that was seen in the photograph that we recovered from the resident.
With the court's permission, if you could open that.
Permission is granted.
Is that the hat that you found during the second search warrant at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, it is.
And to you, does that appear to be the same hat that is being worn? And with the court's permission, if I can display State's Exhibit 94?
Granted.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. The defense counsel 220. And you identify State's Exhibit 220, please.
It is the Kroger bag with many candy bars and paper inside.
With the court's permission, if you go ahead and open that, please, sir.
And it's granted.
contained inside State's Exhibit 220?
It is a Kroger coupon and the Snickers mini candy bars.
That's the Kroger bag that was found inside the residence during the second search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve the Snickers. And if we can display State's Exhibit 94, please. The shoes that the shoes that the defendant are wearing in State's Exhibit 94, were you ever able to find those shoes during either of the search warrants?
No, sir.
Okay. What methods or what means did the Hamilton police do, especially on the second search warrant, to try and find those shoes?
As stated before, the basement area, there was no lighting. We'd brought in some supplemental lighting to help search initially. So conducted the second search warrant during the daylight hours to help see better in the basement. And then at that point in time, we went through every room, myself, Detective Trenum, and Detective Hucky, and searched for these items.
Okay. And with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 100.
Granted?
The lighter colored shorts that Mr. Madden appears to be wearing in State's Exhibit 100, were those any shorts that look like that ever found?
No, sir.
What sort of methods or means did Hamilton police do to try and find any other weapons that could have been inside of the Parish Avenue residence during either one of these search warrants?
We searched, like I said, we searched all items around the house and inside the residence.
Okay. Did you go through vents and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go ahead and retrieve that for you. I'd like to choose a book here.
Yes, sir.
I believe State's Exhibit 241 has been admitted, so I would ask that be published.
I don't have the 241.
Was it not been admitted?
I
Yeah,
had that as,
go ahead and take that down.
I had 249, something similar.
I believe so, that's probably where I got confused.
It is.
249 was admitted.
How many approach you limit, Sean?
You may.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 241.
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
The board that we looked at in the earlier photo that was on the ground with the blood and the shoe prints, the same photo that had the hat up in the upper left-hand corner. This is a closer up view of that board with the blood and the shoe prints.
Okay. And is that true, fair, and accurate photo of what it is you observed? And this is going to be during the first search warrant on October the 11th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd ask that 241 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Will be admitted and it may be published.
All right. And what's of note to you here, Detective, on State's Exhibit 241?
First of all, there's blood on the board, and then there are footprints that are made, which appears to be either some sort of white dust on top of the board. The footprints, however, are two different types.
Okay. So we'll start with the ones that are on the bottom first. Does that tread pattern look familiar to you in an item that you collected?
Yes.
And what item would that be, sir?
The tread pattern is similar to the white shoes that Mr. Madden was wearing at the time that I interviewed him on the 11th, the white Reeboks.
If I may approach your honor. Could you please say either State's Exhibit 242 or 243, whichever one you would look at? with the court's permission, if you would like to stand down and show what it is that you're looking at the bottom of the shoe and what you're looking at on this wooden board.
Permission is granted.
It's just the round circular pattern for the Reebok, which you can see in the middle there.
Okay.
Here's a little bit better.
And if you
The round circular on the bottom of the shoe.
with the court's permission, if the detective can stand closer to the jury to show that.
Permission is granted.
Thank you, Detective. Yes. And I believe 249 is already been admitted, but you published 249.
Yes.
Right. Does that also show the circular pattern you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
If you'd like to step down and show us.
Reach to reach and see. On this part down here. On this shoe.
If I may approach the
You may.
Show the defense counsel, these are my 244 and 245. And Detective, can I have you identify what 244 and 245 are?
Excuse me. 244 and 249 are still shots.
244 and 245.
I'm sorry, 244 and 245. 244 is the overhead shot from the Kroger U-scan video of Mr. Madden holding the bag, and you can see the top of the shoe that he's wearing that day. 245 is a close-up, a zoomed-in close-up of the shoe that he's wearing on that day.
Okay. The first one is a still photo that you would have printed off?
Yes, sir.
And the second one, you would have zoomed in on that?
And took
On
this
the
shot.
shoe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 244 and 245 be admitted and question published.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted and they may be published.
Do we have, I think you have to put them on the envelope. Yeah.
All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 244?
As I stated, that's the overhead, an overhead still shot of Mr. Madden at the U-scan at Kroger the day before.
245.
That is a zoomed-in photo of the shoes that he's wearing on the day before this incident.
What did you find out that these shoes are?
These are Kevin Durant Euro style Nike shoes.
And you told us that you were not able to find these shoes during either one of the search warrants?
That's correct.
Okay. So what methods did you do to try and find out what KD9s look like and maybe what a tread pattern is?
Initially, I wasn't able to even determine what type of the shoe was. So initially, I tried looking for shoes with an RD logo on top, but obviously it's not RD. So I took that photo, the second photo, 245, and placed it into Google Images, and it gave me a selection of shoes. One of the shoes that came up was the Kevin Durant model shoes, and I could tell from that that was what the logo was on the tongue part of the shoe. However, there's dozens, actually a lot of Kevin Durant variety of shoes. So I just started going individually because there's two different models. There's the KD version and then there's the KD Tray 5 shoes. So I started looking through all the various styles of it, the KD 1, 2, and just went through. As I was going through, I was able to find the KD Europlay shoes the 8, and from the photo I found, I was also finding a downward shot and one that had the tread pattern, which had the same tread pattern as found in the other shoe. Their
If I
print.
may approach the witness, Your Honor.
May.
From defense counsel 246, 247, and 248. Actually, no, I think it's going to be. Sir, can I have you identify what 246, 247, and 248 are?
They are photographs of the KD Euro version 8 shoe.
Okay, and those are photographs that you printed off of the internet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, these are not shoes that you found anywhere during any search warrants. You literally just went on the internet and printed those off.
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. Are those true, fair, and accurate depictions of what it is you saw on Google that you hit print and printed off?
Yes, sir.
Now I'd ask those to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted and they may be published.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
It is the top-down view of the shoes that I found on the internet.
246 that you saw on the Kroger surveillance video?
Yes, sir. The color of the shoes, the black laces, the logo on the tongue of the shoe, and as well as the tips of the shoe have that shaded area on the top of the shoes.
247.
Another view of the KD logo on the shoes, the shoelaces, and the shaded area at the very top of the shoe by the toes.
248.
And that's the underside, the tread of the shoes.
And if we could put 249, which I think is in the PowerPoint.
It's up there.
Is it up here?
Yeah, no, it's on the screen.
He's got switch over.
Detective, with 248, do you see something similar on the photo of 248 as up on the board on 249?
Yes, sir.
With court's permission, if you could step down and show that.
Permission is granted.
On the tread pattern of the shoe, it has these indentations, this double one and the nice little half mark on the side, similar to here, the double, and then with the half coming in from the side. Also, it has the zigzag tread pattern and the diamond next to the symbol.
With the court's permission, if the detective could stand close to the jury and show. Thank you, detective. And I know that there were, I believe there were several cell phones that were found inside the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know that you and I have been working on this case for quite some time. There's nothing that you wish to present that was found on the cell phones, is that correct?
That's correct.
Maybe one moment, Your Honor. right, Detective, I think I have two more items I want to cover. Permission to publish State's Exhibit 209, I believe it's already been introduced.
Yes, permission is granted.
I think this one will be eligible. I believe Detective Aaron Hucky introduced State's Exhibit 209. And I know you had a conversation with Toby Madden. Did he point to the room that he says that he went to go to sleep after he was on the chair in the front room?
It would be the one that's labeled front bedroom number 3.
And that'd be this one right here?
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were here in the courtroom yesterday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I know that voir dire went into the early afternoon, so we had a little bit of a late lunch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as we were gathering to come into the courtroom to give opening statements, the jury was not in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see an interaction between Toby Madden, the defendant, and Michaela Madden and other family members in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. If you would, just verbally tell us what it is that you saw, or describe what it is that you saw and heard.
Mr. Madden stood up. They were referring to his daughter, Michaela. While speaking, he started speaking out loud, turned towards her, and he said that I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you. Don't hate me. As he was saying, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I don't mean it. He had his hand like this and was making this motion.
Okay. And where were you standing in relation to Toby Madden when you witnessed this or saw this?
I was standing at the end of the prosecution table, maybe 6 feet from him.
Okay. So you would have been standing very close to where the chair is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I may approach you on it.
You may.
I'm showing Detective Horton what's been marked as State's Exhibit 250. What is 250?
It is a USB drive. The contents of it are video of the incident that was recorded.
So you did not take that video, did you?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that one essentially fell off of the internet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you were standing about, you said about 6 feet away from Mr. Madden?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that video a true, fair, and accurate depiction of the conversation or the interaction that the defendant had with Michaela Madden and other family members?
Yes, sir, it is.
No, I'm not asking 250 be admitted in permission to publish.
Do you wish to be heard, Mr. Wilder?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
This is not on you. like it. I think I know how to fix this now. Start happening with the new PowerPoint, didn't it? No, I need to do it. Just one settings. It's on. Which one? Which one?
The shorter one is.
Okay.
We would object to that.
Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is about family that I love. And, listen, yeah, I'm responsible for what happened to her and me.
Judge, are we recording?
I believe we are.
I know I'm still.
We need to take a recess?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a recess and we'll,
I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to hate me.
Thank you, Mr. Halpin. I believe that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
cross-examination, please.
And Mr. Wilder, again, if you want me to put anything on. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
We just watched this video of what Mr. Madden was doing yesterday outside the presence of the jury. I want to refer you were in here for the opening statements in this case?
Yes, sir.
Where you saw the prosecutor do this 3 times, telling the jury this is what Mr. Madden did on the video?
That he made a stabbing motion?
Were you present for opening statement
Yes,
when
sir.
the prosecutor walked around the podium and pointed to this jury and did this 3 times with a pen in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you saw in that video there? Is that the motion?
It was higher. It was more of a top motion down.
So you're saying that video there to you looked like someone pushing a
Yes.
knife towards somebody?
Yes, sir.
And he's got something that he's crying into in
No.
there?
He moves the towels from his right hand to his left hand right before he does it. As he says, I didn't mean it. It's when he starts making the motion like he's holding a knife.
Okay. I'm a pretty big guy.
Yes, sir.
I was standing between the two of you. How'd you see around me to see that?
Because you were facing forward and he was stepped back facing towards the back way.
And you're saying this video to you is this, pointing 3
This.
ways forward as the prosecutor did in this opening statement. The very first thing this jury heard and saw
2
was
instead
these.
of 3.
There was 3 motions.
I know. I'm saying I observed 2. Yes.
And you're saying that what you just saw there was the exact same thing?
I said similar.
Okay. Mr. Madden was arrested at the scene when law enforcement showed up and Rachelle's dead in the house, correct?
He was brought in as a witness first. He was subsequently arrested.
Here's my question is, when he came outside the house that day and police approached him, did he ever go back into that house again? Since that day until this day right now?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Because my question is you go in 2 weeks later and find additional evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you look at the Kroger video and you want to go back and look for shoes and you want to look for pants and you want to find this gray shirt, correct?
Correct.
You You find the gray shirt, but you don't find the shorts or the shoes.
We didn't
correct?
find them on either search, sir.
And from the date of the incident, when police respond out there and Toby comes out, until the day you went in to look for those pants, Toby Madden had absolutely no way of being at that scene.
That's correct.
If the state could please pull up Exhibit 61. Is this a picture from the first search?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the day of the finding Rachelle.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to use a laser pointer here in State's Exhibit 61. Is that the gray shirt you collected 2 weeks later?
Yes, sir, it is.
If the state would please now put up Exhibit 104. This is a picture from the second search warrant.
Yes, sir, it is.
Laser pointer, is that the gray shirt you collected?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, would you agree with me that the gray shirt in Exhibit 61 from the first day of the search compared to the gray shirt where it's at in picture 2 of the second search appears to be in a different location?
It is in a different location, sir.
It is?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain that Mr. Madden wasn't in the house? How do you explain that that shirt got moved?
I can explain that. We, when we did the initial search on the 11th, we went through all the items. We're pulling out shirts, pulling out clothing, looking for the knife. At the time, we hadn't found any other weapons. So we were looking for weapons. So all that pile of clothes you see from the earlier photo, we moved all of that, yes. But since it was dark downstairs, sorry, we couldn't see any evidence of blood on the items.
Okay. Between the day of the murder and you did the first search warrant and the time that the second search warrant was executed 15 days later, what did you do to secure the premises at 1270 Parish Avenue?
There was nothing else done. The scene was released later that evening on the 11th.
So for 15 days, we have a potential crime scene with evidence that anyone within this county, neighbors, anyone, druggies, kids, anybody could have accessed that house and went inside there.
That's correct.
And there was no law enforcement checking on that property during those 2 weeks. Is that fair?
People might have driven by, but not,
And then you go back 2 weeks later after you look for the Kroger video, fingers crossed, and hopefully something's still in there. Does that cross your mind a little bit? Maybe it's going to be there, maybe it's not?
Yes, sir.
You were shown pictures with 2 different footprints on it.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
have any explanation of what that white stuff is, or where that came from?
I believe it's from the interior, the rooms. Like I said, they were doing renovations to the house. There was drywall mud around the house. There was dust on the floor, just from general construction.
We've had people testify about the day that Rachelle was murdered. We had some gas workers there between like 8 and 9 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe police start responding around noon, correct?
Correct, sir.
We've also heard from next door neighbor who said she didn't see anybody coming in and out, roughly an hour, 2 hours, around 10:30 or so, give or take.
Yes, sir.
So there's 2 shoe prints. One of the pairs of shoes, Mr. Madden, you're claiming came to the interview in, correct?
Correct.
This other one is the one you think is from the Kroger video, which you don't find 2 weeks later.
Correct.
So there's a shoe print on a piece of furniture that's on the floor that may be attributed to this murder, but yet Mr. Madden is arrested that day and has no access for 2 weeks. How do we explain where that shoe, why it's not there?
Well, I didn't say it wasn't there. I said we didn't find it.
Right. How many officers searched that house that day that Rachelle was found?
4.
And it appeared to me when Detective Hucky was showing some of his photos, one of his last photos was out the front window, and it appeared to be the twilight of the day where the sun was setting. Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
So officers were at that property roughly 12 p.m. that day until twilight time. When would have been twilight in October 11th, give or take?
Probably 9 o'clock.
So all those hours, there was some law enforcement present at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, nobody found these white shorts or these shoes?
That is correct.
Some of the items that was in that vest, did you say that one of those was a flash drive or a SIM card? I was a little confused, and I'm not a big tech guy, so what did you find there?
It is well, it looks like a flash drive, and I believe it has a USB end on one side and then maybe a micro USB on the other, but I don't.
Did it appear that device that was, did you collect it?
It's collected, yes.
Is that a device that could store information on it or just read information?
I believe it's just read, but I don't recall.
Okay. Did you scan it to see if there was anything on it?
I don't recall, sir.
And you're saying this is still in evidence?
Yes, sir, it's still.
You testified about Rachelle's purse and the black bag, and we saw you referred to it as like a Swiss Army knife was found in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that one of the blades in there was deformed or warped in some way?
It's broken.
Could a blade like that, one of the reasons be because someone tried to pry open a cell phone? Could that be a reason for a blade to be?
Object, Your Honor.
That folding knife was sent off to be tested, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Including the other knife that was found at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Including all the fingernail scrapings and filings or whatever from Rachelle's fingers were sent to a lab as well, correct?
I believe they were. BCI only takes, they only take 10 items of DNA at a time. So I don't know if they were sent in the initial one or if it was later, or if they were sent. I'm not 100% sure.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it works with BCI, you can submit a certain number, and if you get to the point where you might need more, you have to get authority or request that permission on some level, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Did you have to do that in this case, ask for more stuff to be sent?
Detective Trenum handled all the interactions with BCI as far as the evidence goes.
You testified about Mr. Madden's wallet. Did he tell you where that wallet was?
When I spoke with him, he told me multiple times that his wallet was inside the house. I confronted him later in the evening about it being in the basement, and he said it wasn't in the basement. It was upstairs by where he was sleeping, where he was charging his phone.
And he told you this information. He'd already been, he was already in custody, so to speak, at the jail, correct?
That's correct.
He was in the police department.
Yes, sir.
Right. And he told you this information after he'd already been brought to the police department. He wasn't still at the scene, or he hadn't been back to the scene. Is that fair?
That's correct, sir.
Several of the some of the photos were of Mr. Madden's arms and appeared to have scratches on it. You had an interview. Did you ask him about where he got those, where those came from?
I did. We talked about the scratches. He was saying that he got them from moving furniture.
Did you take any fingernail scrapings or anything from Mr. Madden at all?
We got a second search warrant after we got the search warrant to photograph him and take the DNA swabs. The second search warrant was conducted, and Detective Trenum and I believe Detective Laney did that, and they took his fingernail scrapings and clippings.
You showed a bright green shirt to the jury here and it appeared to have blood on it. Was that tested to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
I know we're going to hear later on in the case, someone's going to come in and talk about some of these findings. And
Yes, sir.
We're going to hear from someone from the lab, but I didn't know if you recalled whether that green shirt was
I believe it was.
Okay. And of course, we'll have an expert talk about that, but
Yes, sir.
I was curious about that. Because you, correct me if I'm wrong, you sent the gray shirt and the vest for sure, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Toby was interviewed, how many hours do you think he was in the interview room total? Ballpark.
Well, he was in there for about, I think about 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer at first, and then he was placed in the holding cell, and then he was brought back later after the search of the residence was completed. So it was broken up.
So for total hours? Or
No. The last interview, I think, was about an hour and a half. So it'd probably be about 5.5 total.
Would you agree with me that in those 5.5 hours, he spent some considerable time laying on the floor?
Yes, sir, he did.
And crying and exhibiting some of the stuff we've seen in here today?
Yes, sir.
But on the floor?
Sitting up and on the floor, yes.
Isn't it true that at two times during his interview, you actually brought in medics to try to see if he wanted any attention?
Yes, he said he was having difficulty breathing, and he was so twice the squad was called to check him.
Last thing, Detective, is without getting into the details of the specific hearing, was there ever a time in this courthouse in March of this year that you followed Mr. Madden into the hallway and have a conversation with him?
I did not have a conversation with him.
Or did you say anything to him?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect?
Just a few follow-up questions. During this interview that we heard about the Hamilton Police Department, was there also some amount of time you actually also slept on the floor?
Yes, sir.
And although he was taken into custody on that day, on October 11th, 2022, he was not taken into custody on any sort of homicide charge in regards to Ms. Brewsaugh, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, it was on something completely unrelated?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And I think we heard that the Hamilton police were called out to 1270 Parish around 12 p.m. or so, give or take a few minutes. We don't know the exact time that Rachelle Brewsaugh was killed, do we?
No, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Barr?
Your Honor, if I may, I have one follow-up recross question, and I wanted to ask the detective if he did follow Mr. Madden down the hallway in March, and if he did, why?
I followed. The deputies were escorting.
Objection, I mean, we approached.
Sure.
sustained. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Weiler?
No, Judge, thank you. You get this.
Okay, so Detective, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
And Mr. Burris.
Judge, can I just have one more?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to.
Sure.
She's got a question.
Judge, there's one more question we would like to ask.
Detective, could you resume the stand, please?
You know what, let's do, you want to do sidebar first? Okay.
Mr. Madden, this isn't a time for you to have a conversation
I
with
would
the
like to have
gallery.
my notes back.
Okay. You need to remain silent while we conduct our business at the bench. You need to remain quiet while we conduct our business at the bench.
Well, I'd rather have my notes.
Okay, Detective, you may step down again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the state have any witnesses that we can take care of within 35 minutes or so? I did tell the jury we'd leave it by 5.
I think this is a good time to break here.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening. Remember, we have a short day tomorrow, so we'll start promptly at 9. We will conclude at noon. Okay? And please remember my recess instructions. Do not do any investigations. Do not read any media reports. And do not talk about this case with anyone. Okay? Thank you. To recess for the evening unless there's anything anyone wants to put on the record.
These are the questions, I think.
Okay, let's be in recess.
Off mistake, Judge.
Anything else on for the record, sir?
Can I confirm that this is not being recorded?